You believe you are walking on solid ground, surrounded by a physical world, but I tell you, it is a total lie. What you call reality is nothing more than a collective projection created by the high-speed motion of energy and your own unconscious identification. The matrix you feel trapped in is not an outside cage. It is a mechanism built by your own mind's constant verbalization and fear of freedom. The moment you stop fighting the simulation and learn to witness the quiet gap between your breaths, the solid walls of this illusion shatter completely. Listen closely, because today I will reveal the dangerous secret to bending this matrix not through struggle, but through absolute awareness. Hello, my beloved friends. It is a joy to meet you here in this quiet corner of existence. Most people live and walk and see and hear in such a state of deep sleep, in such an absolute state of unconsciousness, that they fail to see that which is right before them. They live their entire lives without ever asking the most fundamental question: why am I here? What is this existence? Why am I moving from morning until evening like an automaton, like a machine? You think you are awake because your eyes are open. You think you are conscious because you drive your car, because you go to your office, because you earn money and talk to your family. But I tell you, this is not awakening. This is merely a continuous hypnotic sleep. You are living inside a matrix, a manufactured reality, a simulation built by your own mechanical habits and the collective hypnosis of human society. Look closely at what you call solid matter. Look at the wall in your room. Look at the floor beneath your feet. Look at your own physical body. You believe these things are solid, permanent, and unchangeable. You believe you are trapped inside a hard physical world that dictates your joy and your suffering. But what is this solidity? It is nothing more than an illusion created by energy moving at an incomprehensible speed. Think of an electric fan spinning on your ceiling. When the fan is turned off, you can clearly see the three individual blades. There are large empty spaces between those blades. You can easily pass your hand through those gaps. But turn the fan on. Let it spin at high speed. As the speed increases, the individual blades disappear. A solid disk appears where there was once empty space. If the fan spins fast enough, you can even place a heavy object upon it, and it will seem as though it is resting upon a solid table. But is there a solid table? No. It is merely the illusion of solidity created by motion and velocity. This entire universe is precisely like that spinning fan. What you call a stone, a rock, a piece of metal, or a human body is not a static, solid object. It is a whirlpool of atomic energy moving at unthinkable speeds. Science has finally stumbled upon what the ancient mystics knew thousands of years ago. When you break down matter, when you pierce through the outer layer of the physical world, solid substance disappears. What remains is pure energy, pure vibration, pure movement. The atom is not a hard ball of matter. It is a boundless field of electrical force. There is as much empty space inside a single atom as there is between the stars in the night sky. Matter is an illusion brought about by the rapid rotation of energy. Why then do you perceive it as solid? Why do you feel trapped in a rigid, unyielding matrix? Because your senses are slow, your senses are dull. Your perception is operating at a very low frequency. And because your perception is slow, the fast-moving energy appears to you as solid, unchangeable matter. You are living in a dream that has condensed itself into an illusion of stone and iron. And because you believe the jail walls are solid, you never attempt to escape them. You accept your imprisonment. You accept your misery, your anxiety, your suffering as an inevitable part of reality. If this message touches something deep within your heart today, if it stirs a sleeping memory of your true nature, I invite you to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and share it with those who are ready to break free from the hypnosis. By supporting this channel through the join button, by sending a super thanks, or by exploring our spiritual ebooks linked in the description, you become an active part of this ocean of consciousness, helping us bring these transformative teachings to millions of searching souls across the world. To understand how to bend this matrix, you must first understand how you became trapped within it. Evolution has brought you to this point through an automatic, unconscious process. For millions of years, nature worked on your behalf. A plant does not have to think about how to grow. It grows automatically. An animal does not have to ponder over its choices. It acts purely on instinct. Nature takes full responsibility for the animal world. There is no anxiety in a tree. There is no neurosis in a deer. There is no existential dread in a bird flying through the sky. Why? Because there is no choice. Where there is no choice, there is no chooser. And where there is no chooser, anxiety cannot exist. Everything happens exactly as it must, through the mechanical law of cause and effect. Unconscious evolution ended with the arrival of man. You are the very last product of natural automatic evolution. With man, conscious evolution begins. And conscious evolution is not really evolution at all. It is a revolution. It is an individual responsibility. Nature has brought you to the doorway of consciousness, and now nature steps back. Nature says to you, I have carried you as far as my unconscious mechanisms can take you. Now you are free. You are free to decide whether to evolve or to remain as you are. You are free to choose between light and darkness, between awakening and suicide, between divine ecstasy and mechanical misery. This freedom is an immense blessing, but it is also a tremendous burden. Man becomes terrified of this freedom. When you are a slave, someone else takes responsibility for your life. When you are a machine, you do not have to make conscious choices. But the moment you are completely free, you must make your own choices. Every step becomes a gamble in the dark. Every choice becomes your destiny, and you alone are responsible for the outcome. If you succeed, it is your responsibility. If you fail, it is your responsibility. There is no court of appeal. There are no gods in the sky waiting to save you. There is no fate written in the stars. You are alone, absolutely alone, standing in the middle of an infinite universe with the burden of conscious choice. Because man is terrified of this freedom, he invents tricks to escape from it. He invents societies, he invents political ideologies, he invents organized religions, he invents rigid dogmas. What is the appeal of communism, of fascism, or of religious fundamentalism? Their appeal lies in the fact that they offer you an escape from individual freedom. They take away the heavy burden of choice and responsibility. They tell you, do not think, we will think for you. Do not choose, the state will choose for you. Do not inquire, the Holy Book has already answered every question. You become a part of a crowd, a cog in a massive collective structure. You regression back into an animal state. You become a machine once again. Look at your daily life. Is it not mechanical? You get out of bed at a specific hour not because your body feels an authentic inner movement, but because the alarm clock rings. You drink your tea, you put on your clothes, you drive along the same streets, you say the same polite falsehoods to your colleagues, you perform the same mechanical tasks at your desk, you return home, you watch the same mindless entertainments on your television screens. You quarrel with your spouse over the same petty grievances and you fall asleep. And tomorrow you will repeat this exact same cycle. And the day after tomorrow, you will repeat it again. Years pass by, decades evaporate, and suddenly you are on your deathbed, realizing that you never truly lived at all. You merely maintained a biological routine. You operated as an automaton within the matrix. You are remote controlled. You think you have a mind of your own, but your mind is merely a collection of external programs. Someone insults you, and instantly a button is pushed. You become angry. Someone praises you, and another button is pushed. You become puffed up with pride. Someone ignores you and you feel depressed. You are a puppet whose strings are being pulled by external circumstances, by other people, by the environment. If your happiness depends on someone else's approval, you are a slave. If your peace depends on the external world being calm, you will never know peace. You are constantly reacting, never acting. An action comes from your inner center of consciousness. A reaction comes from your mechanical conditioning. When you react, you are reinforcing the matrix. You are feeding the simulation with your own vital energy. The matrix is not a physical cage built of steel bars. The matrix is your own unconsciousness. It is the network of mechanical habits, psychological conditioning, and automatic reactions that you have allowed to rule your life. It is the belief that you are merely a physical body, a limited mind, a name, a social status, a nationality, a religion. All these labels are programs running inside the simulation. And as long as you identify with these programs, you remain a prisoner. Consider the nature of your thoughts. Where do your thoughts come from? Have you ever created a single original thought? Go deep inside yourself and inquire. Every thought you have ever had has been given to you by someone else. Your parents gave you your religious beliefs. Your teachers gave you your information. Your society gave you your moral concepts. Your culture gave you your prejudices and ideals. Your mind is nothing but a second-hand dustbin, a collection of borrowed memories, borrowed opinions, borrowed dogmas. You do not have a mind of your own. You have a social machine functioning inside your skull. When you look at a beautiful rose, do you actually see the rose? No. The moment your eyes touch the flower, your mechanical mind intervenes. It immediately projects a word, rose. It projects a judgment. This is a beautiful rose, or I have seen a better rose before, or I must buy this rose for my lover. The word comes between you and the reality of the rose. The linguistic mechanism transforms an immediate living experience into a dead verbal concept. You live in a world of words, not in a world of reality. You live in a library of dead memories, not in the fresh, eternal presence of the now. This constant, uninterrupted verbalization is the very foundation of the matrix. From the moment you wake up in the morning until you fall asleep at night, and even in your dreams, your mind is continuously talking to itself. It is transforming every living moment into words, into language, into concepts. And these words form a thick, impenetrable fog around your consciousness. You cannot see existence as it is because your vision is obstructed by this cloud of language. You see a tree and you say tree. You see a mountain and you say mountain. You see a human being and you label them by their race, their gender, their religion, or their profession. The label replaces the living reality. You live in an artificial linguistic simulation created by your own mind. To bend the matrix, to step beyond the simulation, the very first requirement is to become aware of this constant stream of verbalization and to learn how to turn it off. I am not telling you to destroy language. Language is a useful tool for social communication. When you are in the marketplace, use language. When you are talking to a friend, use language. But when you are alone with existence, when you are sitting quietly under the sky, when you are looking at the stars or listening to the ocean, turn the linguistic machine off. Just exist. Look without words. Feel without language. Experience the presence of reality without transforming it into concepts. Can you look at a flower for just 1 minute without saying in your mind that it is a flower, without judging it as beautiful or ordinary, without comparing it to any flower from your past? Just look. Let the eyes be pure mirrors. A mirror reflects the object before it, but it does not comment on it. It does not say, "Ah, this is a beautiful face," or "Oh, this is an ugly face." The mirror simply reflects. Become a mirror to existence. The moment you become a mirror, the gap between you and existence vanishes. The barrier of language dissolves. You enter a state of non-linguistic communion. And in that state of non-linguistic communion, the illusion of solid matter melts away. You realize that the observer and the observed are not two separate things. They are two aspects of one single, unbroken ocean of consciousness. Look at how energy operates. The energy within you is one and the same as the energy that pervades the cosmos. There is no such thing as sexual energy, emotional energy, intellectual energy, or spiritual energy. Energy is neutral. Energy is nameless and formless. It takes its name from the door through which it flows. When life energy flows through the biological door, we call it sex. When it moves through the emotional door, we call it love or hate or anger. When it moves through the intellectual door, we call it thinking or scientific inquiry or artistic creativity. When it moves through the spiritual door, we call it meditation or enlightenment or divine bliss. The energy itself is pure, neutral, and limitless. But because you are living a mechanical life, almost 98% of your energy remains locked up in its sleeping seed form at the base of your spine near the sex center. You use only a tiny fraction, perhaps 2 or 3%, to run your daily routine. And even that small fraction is spent in conflicting, contradictory desires. One part of you wants to be rich, another part wants to be a saint. One part wants to build a family, another part longs for solitude and freedom. Morning requires one thing from you, afternoon demands the opposite, evening drags you in a third direction. You are a house divided against itself. You are a crowd of conflicting desires, each pulling you toward a different horizon. Because your energy is in conflict with itself, you feel miserable, anxious, and exhausted. Energy needs movement, and movement must be harmonious. When energy flows in a unified, harmonious stream from the periphery of your physical body toward the center of your innermost being, that integrated flow is what we call Kundalini. Kundalini is not some mysterious, magical serpent hidden in your body. Kundalini is simply a technical term for your total potential energy when it is operating in complete unity, harmony, and organic wholeness. When your energy is divided, you feel burdensome. You feel a heavy weight pressing upon your heart and mind. And to relieve this weight, you constantly look for ways to throw your energy away. This is one of the greatest paradoxes of human existence. You work hard to create energy through food, through rest, through breathing, and the moment energy is created, you do not know what to do with it. It becomes a burden to you. So you seek outlets to discharge it. You indulge in anger, you indulge in useless quarrels, You indulge in unconscious sexual releases, not out of love, not out of ecstasy, but simply as a means to relieve yourself of a burden. You throw your life force away in installments. This outward, downward movement of energy is the very structure of the matrix. Moving from the center toward the periphery is what keeps you trapped in the illusion. Bending the matrix means reversing this flow. It means turning the energy from the periphery back toward the center. It means transforming the outward discharge into an inward flowering. When energy moves outward, it gives you brief moments of pleasure followed by long stretches of misery and exhaustion. Pleasure is merely negative. It is nothing more than a momentary relief from a heavy burden. But when energy moves inward, when it flows toward the center, you experience bliss. Bliss is positive. It is not the absence of pain. It is the overwhelming presence of your own luminous, eternal being. To make this energy flow inward, you must accept full and total responsibility for your own life. You cannot blame your parents. You cannot blame your society. You cannot blame your government. You cannot blame your past karmas. The moment you blame someone else, you surrender your power. You tell yourself, I am a victim, I cannot change until the external world changes. This is the greatest deception taught by the Matrix. The Matrix wants you to believe that the cause of your suffering lies outside of you, because as long as you look outside, you will never transform what is inside. Look within. Your suffering is your own creation. Your anger is your own creation. Your anxiety is your own creation. Your mechanical sleep is your own creation. The moment you realize that you alone are responsible for your state of being, a great strength arises within you. Responsibility is not a burden. It is the greatest opportunity for human liberation. It means that if you created your hell, you also have the power to create your heaven. If you built the cage, you also hold the key to unlock it. Standing in this absolute responsibility, you realize your complete aloneness. Do not confuse aloneness with loneliness. Loneliness is negative. Loneliness is the painful feeling that the other is missing. It is the craving for distraction, the desperate need for someone or something to fill your inner emptiness. Loneliness is what drives people into crowds, into cinema halls, into bars, into toxic relationships, into constant social chatter. Loneliness is an escape from yourself. Aloneness, on the other hand, is positive. It is the blissful realization that you are complete in yourself. You do not need the other to make you whole. You are the universe entire and unbroken, residing within your own heart. In total aloneness, the ego cannot survive. The ego is a relational entity. It exists only in comparison with others. It says, I am richer than him, I am smarter than her, I am more righteous than them. The ego requires the other to define itself. When you stand completely alone, with no comparison, with no desire for approval, with no crowd to mirror you, the ego shatters into 1,000 pieces. It simply evaporates into thin air. And when the ego dissolves, the miracle happens. The seed of your potential bursts open. The divine is born within you. That birth is the ultimate revolution. It cannot happen collectively. It can only happen individually, one soul at a time. A crowd can never become enlightened. Only a Buddha, a Jesus, a Mahavira stands alone in the supreme glory of their own unconditioned awareness. They did not run away from the world out of fear. They simply stepped out of the collective hypnosis. They refused to play the games of the matrix any longer. As you begin this journey of bending the matrix simulation, remember that every step requires your absolute presence. Do not approach this as a mere intellectual philosophy to be debated and analyzed. Do not gather more information to stuff into your mind. Information will only make your cage more comfortable. It will never break the bars. You must experiment. You must observe your own breathing. You must watch your own mechanical habits. You must catch yourself in the middle of your automatic reactions. You must sit quietly in your own aloneness and watch the false boundaries of your mind dissolve. In our upcoming discourses together, as this continuous stream of wisdom moves deeper, we will explore the architecture of your inner bodies, the ancient secrets of Tantra and Kundalini awakening, and the exact, actionable techniques to halt the mind's verbalizing mechanism completely. But today, right here, right now, take the first decisive step. Wake up from the illusion of solidity. Realize that this physical world is a whirlpool of energy waiting to respond to your awakened consciousness. Stop living like an unconscious machine in a world of dead concepts. Accept the total responsibility for your existence. Embrace your divine aloneness and let your energy begin its grand inward journey toward the center. To understand how the simulation tricks you at every step, you must look closely at how you relate to what you call the other. You believe that your suffering comes from the world outside. You believe that your husband, your wife, your boss, your neighbors, your enemies, or your government are responsible for your misery. You are convinced that if only the people around you would change, if only the circumstances of your life would alter, you would finally know peace and happiness. But I tell you, this is one of the most fundamental deceptions of the matrix simulation. The external world is not creating your internal state. It is merely reflecting it back to you. Consider a famous ancient parable. There was once a grand palace built entirely of mirrors. The walls, the ceilings, the floors, and even the doors were made of pure polished glass. If a person walked into the palace, they would see thousands of reflections of themselves from every conceivable angle. One day, a dog accidentally wandered into this palace of mirrors. He looked around, and to his horror, he saw 10,000 dogs surrounding him on all sides. He was terrified. He felt completely outnumbered, cornered, and threatened by a massive pack of strangers. To protect himself, the dog bared his teeth and growled. Immediately, 10,000 dogs in the mirrors bared their teeth and growled back at him with equal ferocity. Seeing this aggressive response, the dog grew even more frightened. He began to bark loudly. 10,000 dogs instantly began to bark back at him, their silent mouths mimicking his rage. The sound echoed through the hollow halls, and the dog became utterly frantic. He threw himself against the glass, biting at the reflections, fighting the phantom enemies he saw on the walls. He fought frantically, wildly, with all his strength, until by morning he collapsed and died of sheer exhaustion, heart failure, and self-inflicted wounds. The dog died fighting his own reflections. There was not a single other dog in that entire palace. There was no enemy, there was no attack, there was no hostility. The palace was completely vacant. It was only a hall of glass. But because the dog did not understand the nature of a mirror, he interpreted his own reflected aggression as a threat from the external world. He created his own hell, he created his own war, and he died a victim of his own projected fear. This parable is the exact story of human existence. You are that dog, and the universe around you is that palace of mirrors. Everything you see outside yourself, every enemy, every friend, every conflict, every beauty, every ugliness is nothing more than your own mental projection reflected back to you by the mirror of existence. When you are full of unconscious anger, the whole world seems hostile, aggressive, and unfair. When you are full of suspicion and fear, everyone you meet looks like a deceiver or a threat. When you are full of love, joy, and inner light, the entire cosmos seems to dance with beauty and grace. The world does not give you anything of its own. It merely returns to you what you have projected onto it. The matrix stays intact precisely because it keeps you barking at the mirrors. The system, the collective hypnosis, thrives on your conviction that the other is the problem. Society teaches you from childhood to fight external battles. It teaches you to fight your spouse, to fight your rivals in business, to fight other political parties, to fight other nations, to fight other religions. It keeps you continuously occupied in an endless, exhausting war against phantom reflections, so that you never stop, look inward, and realize that there is no one else there. Look at your relationships. Look at what you call love. Is it truly love? Or is it merely a psychological projection? When a young man falls in love with a young woman, what is happening? He does not actually see the woman as she is in her own reality. He projects his own romantic fantasies, his own desires, his own unfulfilled longings onto her. He drapes her in a mental garment of his own creation. And the woman does the exact same thing to the man. They are not meeting each other. They are two mental projections meeting in the dark. For a few weeks or a few months, the fantasy persists. They call this the honeymoon. But soon, as they live together in close proximity, the real human beings begin to emerge from beneath the projections. The woman turns out to be a real, ordinary person with her own moods, her own flaws, and her own conditioning. The man turns out to be an ordinary person with his own weaknesses and habits. The fantasy begins to crack. And instead of realizing that their expectations were false, they become angry with each other. The man says to the woman, "You have changed. You are not the person I married." The woman says to the man, "You have deceived me. You used to be so romantic, and now you are so indifferent." They feel cheated, they feel betrayed, and their so-called love turns into a continuous, covert war. Marriage becomes a legal battleground where two people are constantly trying to manipulate, control, and change each other. But what are they actually fighting? They are fighting the fact that the real person before them does not match their mental mirror image. They are angry at the mirror because it refuses to show the fantasy they want to see. If you want to step out of this simulation, you must learn to drop your projections. You must learn to see people and situations as they are, without wrapping them in your own desires or expectations. When someone says something to you, do not immediately interpret it through your past wounds or your ego. Look at it neutrally. See the facticity of the moment. If someone is angry with you, see that anger is arising in them. It is their internal storm. It is their headache. Why make it your headache? Why absorb their projection and throw your own anger back at them? When you react to someone else's anger, you are behaving like the dog in the palace of mirrors. They growl and you growl back. They bark and you bark back. And both of you exhaust your vital energy in a useless, destructive conflict. But if you remain centered in your awareness, if you remain a quiet witness, something extraordinary happens. Someone hurls an insult at you and you simply watch it. You look at the insult as if it were a leaf falling from a tree or a cloud passing through the sky. You do not react. You do not absorb it. You do not project your ego back into the situation. You remain completely still, like a deep, silent lake. What happens when you do not react? The insult loses its power. It cannot enter your consciousness. It remains with the person who threw it. It returns to its source just as a gift that is refused remains with the giver. In that moment of non-reaction, you have bent the simulation. You have broken the mechanical law of cause and effect. You have demonstrated that you are no longer a puppet whose strings can be pulled by external events. You have asserted your freedom as an awakened consciousness. To support this transformative journey and help us share these profound insights with seekers everywhere, consider connecting deeper with our work. Engaging with this video by liking it, dropping your reflections in the comments, or sharing it with others spreads these truths far and wide. If you feel called to nourish this sanctuary of wisdom, you can support us directly by clicking the join button to become a channel member, sending a super thanks, or exploring our dedicated spiritual ebooks available in the description. Every contribution helps maintain this light, ensuring that these timeless teachings continue to reach those who are ready to awaken. Another way the Matrix keeps humanity trapped in its mechanical loop is through the construction of false substitute gods and organized religions. To understand this, you must look at how the system protects itself from authentic spiritual awakening. The Matrix is not afraid of your going to a temple, a church, or a mosque. In fact, the Matrix encourages it. The matrix loves organized religion because organized religion is one of its most effective tools for keeping you asleep. Real God, real divine energy is not a person sitting on a throne in the clouds. Real divine energy is a boundless, formless, oceanic presence that pervades every atom of the universe. Encountering the real divine is dangerous to your ego because when you meet the cosmic ocean, your small individual identity is completely wiped out. You dissolve like a drop of water falling into the sea. Your ego dies, your mechanical habits shatter, your social conditioning evaporates, and you become a free, unconditioned, rebellious consciousness. A person who has known the real divine can never be manipulated by politicians, can never be exploited by priests, can never be conditioned by societal dogmas. They become completely free. The matrix cannot tolerate such free individuals because a society of awakened beings cannot be ruled through fear and greed. So what does the matrix do? It creates a substitute. It invents organized religions. It builds imposing structures of stone and marble. It carves idols out of wood and rock. It writes books of rigid dogmas and rules. It creates a class of professional mediators, priests, pundits, popes, and theologians, and it tells you this is God. Look at this statue, read this book, follow these rituals, obey these commandments, and you will be saved. This is like giving a crying child a plastic toy to keep them quiet. The child is hungry for real nourishment, for the mother's milk, but you put a rubber nipple in its mouth. The child sucks on the rubber nipple, feels a temporary satisfaction, and stops crying, even though it receives no actual food. Organized religion is a rubber nipple given to a humanity that is starving for real spiritual truth. It gives you the illusion that you are religious simply because you repeat a mantra, attend a weekly service, or wear specific clothing. It satisfies your spiritual hunger with dead words and artificial rituals, ensuring that you never seek the living reality within your own heart. Think of a tiny speck of dust that gets into your eye. The speck of dust is microscopic. It is almost nothing. Yet, if it lodges right on the pupil of your eye, it can completely obstruct your vision. It can prevent you from seeing a massive, majestic mountain standing right before you. Arithmetic would say that to hide a mountain, you need an object bigger than the mountain. But life does not follow arithmetic. A tiny grain of dust placed directly over your lens can blind you to the entire horizon. Substitute gods and organized dogmas are those tiny specks of dust in the eye of human consciousness. They are very small, rigid concepts, but because they are placed directly over your inner vision from early childhood, they prevent you from seeing the boundless mountain of cosmic reality that surrounds you from all sides. You are so busy worshipping a man-made idol, so busy reciting borrowed scriptures, so busy defending your particular theological dogma, that you completely miss the living God expressing itself in the sunrise, in the wind rustling through the pine trees, in the roar of the ocean, and in the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. You have been given a substitute, and you have accepted it because it is comfortable. Real truth demands transformation. A substitute God demands only belief. Real truth requires you to die to your ego. A substitute God allows your ego to feel righteous, pious, and superior to others. A Christian feels superior to a Hindu. A Hindu feels superior to a Muslim feels superior to a Jew. Their substitute gods become instruments for feeding their collective egos. They do not bring peace or love into the world. They bring division, hatred, and bloodshed. More wars have been fought, more blood has been shed, and more cruelty has been inflicted in the name of God than in the name of anything else in human history. Why? Because these gods are not real. They are the inventions of human fear and aggression. They are projections of the matrix designed to keep humanity divided, fighting, and unconscious. If you truly wish to bend the matrix, you must have the courage to throw away all these specks of dust from your eyes. You must drop all borrowed beliefs, all second-hand dogmas, all man-made concepts about the divine. You must step out of the crowd and stand in absolute, unadorned innocence. To know the truth, you must approach existence with a mind that is completely free of preconceptions. You must become like a small child again, wonder-filled, open, vulnerable, and innocent. A child looks at the world with eyes of pure wonder. He does not label everything immediately. He looks at a butterfly and he does not need to know its scientific classification. He simply experiences the vibrant, fluttering beauty of the creature. He looks at the ocean and he is filled with awe. He does not have a theory about the ocean. He feels its living presence. As you grow older, your mind gets stuffed with knowledge, with information, with theories. You lose that sense of wonder. You think you know everything because you know the names of things. You see a flower and you say, "Oh, I know what that is. It is a rose." And with that single word, your vision closes. You no longer look at the unique, living mystery of that particular flower blooming in this unique moment of time. You replace the living reality with a dead word from your memory. You must learn to look at existence without the interference of your memory. Look at the sky as if you are seeing it for the very first time. Look at a tree as if you have never encountered a tree before. Look at your friend, your partner, your child, without the heavy baggage of your past memories and grievances. When you look without memory, your eyes become clear. The dust falls away. The mirror of your consciousness becomes pure and unblemished. And in that pure, unblemished mirror, reality reflects itself as it truly is a seamless, interconnected, wonder-filled cosmos. Notice the difference between reacting and acting. This distinction is vital for anyone who desires to break free from the matrix simulation. Almost everything you do throughout the day is a reaction, not an action. What is a reaction? A reaction is an automatic, mechanical response dictated by external stimuli and your past conditioning. Someone insults you and anger rises in you immediately. You did not choose to be angry. The anger was triggered in you like a reflex. You are acting like an electric bell. Someone presses the button outside the door and the bell inside rings. The bell has no choice. It cannot decide whether to ring or not. It is a simple mechanical connection. When you live a life of reaction, you are living like an electric bell. Anyone can press your buttons and dictate your emotional state. A stranger on the street can say a rude word to you and your entire day is ruined. You carry that anger home, you snap at your family, you lose your sleep, you corrupt your digestion. A single casual remark from an unconscious person has disrupted your internal equilibrium for hours. Is this freedom? Is this intelligence? You are allowing the external world to manipulate your life energy as if you were a puppet on a string. An action, on the other hand, is completely different. An action does not come from your past conditioning, nor is it dictated by the external stimulus. An action arises spontaneously from your present moment awareness. When someone insults a conscious person, a Buddha, what happens? The Buddha does not react. He pauses. He remains completely still and centered in his awareness. He looks at the person who is throwing the insult. He sees the person's pain, the person's confusion, the person's internal turmoil. He realizes that the insult is not truly about him at all. It is an expression of the other person's internal sickness. The Buddha responds out of his compassion and clarity. If the insult contains some truth, he thanks the person for pointing out a flaw that he can correct. If the insult is completely false, He smiles and lets it pass, knowing that a false statement cannot alter the reality of who he is. Whether he speaks or remains silent, his behavior is a conscious choice, an authentic action born of the present moment. He does not allow the other person to dictate his state of being. He remains the master of his own internal house. When you shift from mechanical reaction to conscious action, you immediately step out of the matrix. You disconnect your energy from the collective simulation. The simulation relies entirely on your automatic reactions to keep you engaged in its endless loops of conflict, desire, and fear. The moment you stop reacting, the simulation loses its grip on you. You become an island of calm in the middle of a chaotic ocean. To cultivate this state of conscious action, you must begin with small things in your daily life. Do not wait for a major crisis to practice awareness. Start with the most ordinary, mundane activities. When you are eating your meal, do not eat mechanically while your mind wanders through 100 different worries about the future. Be present with your food. Feel the texture, taste the flavors, chew deliberately, breathe naturally. Let the act of eating become your entire universe for those 20 minutes. When you are walking, do not just rush toward your destination as if the walking itself were a chore to be gotten over with. Feel the contact of your feet touching the earth. Feel the movement of your muscles, the rhythm of your breath, the air brushing against your skin. Turn the simple act of walking into a meditation. When you are listening to a friend, do not just listen with half an ear while your mind prepares your next reply. Listen with your entire being. Put aside your inner chatter and become a pure, receptive presence. When you bring this quality of vivid moment-to-moment awareness to small daily tasks, your consciousness begins to gather strength. The sleeping energy at the base of your spine begins to stir. The energy that was previously wasted in useless mental chatter, in automatic emotional reactions, and in unconscious anxieties begins to accumulate. It builds up within you like water accumulating behind a dam. As this life energy builds up, it naturally begins its upward journey through your subtle inner anatomy. It begins to touch and activate the deeper centers of your being, the chakras that have remained closed and dormant throughout your lives. You begin to experience a new sense of lightness, a new clarity of vision, a new depth of emotional harmony. You begin to realize that your physical body is merely the outer shell of a vast, multi-dimensional energy structure. Most human beings live and die without ever discovering this inner architecture. They remain confined to the lowest levels of their existence, mistaking the basement of their house for the entire palace. They spend their lives struggling with physical ailments, emotional conflicts, and mental confusion, completely unaware that just above them lie magnificent rooms filled with light, peace, and divine harmony. In our next turn together, as we continue this seamless exploration into the depths of existence, we will map out the lower four bodies of man: the physical, the etheric, the astral, and the mental, and uncover how the fourth body creates the ultimate subjective traps, false visions, and mental matrices. We will examine how imagination can either trap you in deeper illusions or become the very key that unlocks your spiritual evolution. Until then, live in continuous self-remembering. Do not allow yourself to fall back into the mechanical sleep of reaction. Whenever you catch yourself growling at a mirror, stop. Smile at the absurdity of your conditioning. Take a deep, conscious breath, return to the present moment, and stand firm in the silent, radiant aloneness of your own awakened being. To go deeper into the secrets of bending this simulation, you must understand the inner architecture of your own being. You are not a simple, single-layered physical entity. You are a complex, seven-layered masterpiece of cosmic energy. What you see in the mirror, what you touch with your hands, is merely your outermost shell, the first garment. Behind this physical coat lie subtle, invisible bodies, each with its own unique laws, its own possibilities, its own center of energy, and its own subtle traps. The first body is the physical body, the sthul sharir. This is the body that is built of matter, nourished by food, water, and air. In the development of a human being, the first 7 years of life are dedicated to the growth of this physical body. From birth to 7 years of age, the child lives almost entirely in the physical plane. The center associated with this first body is the Muladhara chakra, located at the base of the spine. The natural energy of this center is the sex drive, the biological urge to reproduce and perpetuate physical life. If a person does not grow spiritually beyond the first 7 years, their whole life remains centered around the physical body, around food, taste, physical comfort, and basic biological survival. The second body, which resides just behind the physical, is the etheric body, the bhava sharir. This body develops between the ages of 7 and 14. The second body is the seat of emotions, feelings, passions, and desires. The center connected to the etheric body is the Swadhisthana chakra. In this second body, the life energy expresses itself through raw natural emotions, fear, anger, violence, and lust. At the age of 14, sexual maturity is reached on the physical plane because the etheric body has matured. If a person stagnates at this second level, their entire personality becomes sex-centered, emotional, and volatile. Their music, their art, their thoughts, and their actions revolve around emotional drama, romance, jealousy, and fear. Most of the world remains stuck between these first two bodies. They oscillate between the physical needs of the first body and the emotional turmoil of the second body. The third body is the astral body, the Sukshma Sharir, which develops between the ages of 14 and 21. The center connected with this third body is the Manipur chakra, located near the navel. The third body is the realm of intellect, reasoning, logic, and willpower. This is the age where education, culture, and intellectual inquiry take root. The natural qualities of this third body are doubt, thinking, and mental analysis. The third body is also the vast storehouse of all your accumulated longings, your desires, and your subconscious memories from thousands of previous lives. Everything you have ever been, everything you have ever craved, every unfulfilled desire from your ancient past is stored in the astral body. This is why the astral body is often filled with deep, unexplained tensions. When a person begins to meditate, they suddenly encounter these astral tensions and they feel as though their internal conflicts have multiplied. But the conflicts have not multiplied. The meditator has simply become aware of the ancient accumulated storehouse of their own astral body. The fourth body is the mental or psychic body, the Manas Sharir, which naturally develops between the ages of 21 and 28. The center connected to this fourth body is the Anahat Chakra, the heart center. The fourth body is the very pinnacle of the human boundary. Up to the fourth body, you remain human. Beyond the fourth body, you step into the superhuman, the spiritual, the cosmic. The natural qualities of this fourth mental body are imagination, dreaming, telepathy, clairvoyance, thought projection, and psychic sensitivity. The fourth body is where the human mind reaches its absolute maximum creative power. Great poets, painters, musicians, scientists, and visionaries operate from the fourth body. They can dream visions that feel more real than the external world. They can project thoughts into the minds of others. They can see beyond the physical barriers of space and time. To truly understand how the matrix simulation operates, you must understand the psychology of dreams and how the fourth mental body creates the ultimate subjective traps for the human soul. Each of these four lower bodies has its own unique way of dreaming, its own dimension of sleep, and its own subtle form of reality. The first body, the physical, creates physical dreams. If you go to sleep with an upset stomach, or if you are running a high fever, your physical body creates a specific nightmare. If you have been fasting all day, your physical body projects a dream where you are sitting at a lavish banquet eating delicious food. If you put a heavy blanket over your chest, you may dream that a heavy rock has fallen upon you or that someone is choking you. These physical dreams are simple responses to physiological discomforts and suppressed physical desires. In the physical body, you can travel neither in time nor in space. Your physical dream is confined to your immediate physical condition and your immediate location. The second body, the etheric, dreams in an entirely different manner. Etheric dreams have created immense confusion in modern psychology because psychologists attempt to interpret all dreams through physical or suppressed sexual desires. But etheric dreams belong to a completely different dimension. The etheric body can actually leave your physical body while you are asleep. It can step out of your physical shell and travel through space. Distance is no barrier for the etheric body. You may be sleeping in your bed in a small town, but your etheric body can travel to a distant city, visit a friend, or wander through a forest. When you wake up, you remember this journey as a dream, but it was not a dream in the ordinary physical sense. It was a real etheric travel. In the etheric body, you can travel freely in space, but you cannot travel in time. The time remains the exact present moment. Etheric visions, spiritual smells, celestial sounds, and golden lights experienced in deep states of concentration or hypnosis belong to the etheric body. When a disciple sees the luminous vision of their guru appearing before them in sleep, it is an etheric travel, an etheric dream. The third body, the astral body, can dream across time. The astral body can trespass the barrier of time not toward the future but toward the past. In astral dreaming, you can travel into your previous births. You can step into the infinite series of your past lives, moving backward from your present human form to previous incarnations, even reaching back to animal forms. In modern analytical psychology, Carl Jung called this realm the collective unconscious. It is your individual spiritual history, the accumulated memory of all your births. In ordinary circumstances, you cannot access these astral dreams easily. But in pathological states or under extreme mental illness or during specific deep spiritual catharsis, the boundaries between the first three bodies collapse. A person may suddenly remember a past life, see ancient places they have never visited in this life, or speak languages they have never learned. This is not ordinary dreaming. It is the astral body revealing its historical memory. The fourth body, the mental body, can travel both backward into the past and forward into the future. For the fourth mental body, the past, the present, and the future lose their rigid separations. Time becomes a continuous flow. In the fourth body, you can penetrate into your own future. You can see events before they occur in the physical world. Have you ever had a premonition? Have you ever dreamed of an event and 2 days later that exact event unfolded in your physical life? That message penetrated your ordinary physical dream from the fourth mental body. When a seeker practices specific techniques such as prolonged fasting, dark retreats, intense breath work, or mantra chanting, the energy rises into the fourth body. And here lies the greatest, most dangerous trap in the entire spiritual journey. The fourth body is the ultimate creator of subjective reality. In the fourth body, your mind is unhindered by physical matter, unhindered by space, and unhindered by time. In the fourth body, the mind is totally creative. Imagination and actualization become one and the same thing. If you wish for something in the fourth body, that wish is immediately fulfilled. If you imagine a beautiful garden, the garden instantly appears around you with exquisite flowers and celestial fragrances. If you desire to see a god, a deity, an angel, or a guru, your fourth mental body instantly projects that form before you. The projection is so vivid, so crystal clear, so hyper-realistic that it feels 1,000 times more real than the physical world surrounding you. You can touch the deity, you can hear the deity speak, you can feel the warmth of its presence. This is where thousands of spiritual seekers, yogis, monks, and mystics get hopelessly trapped. They see a luminous vision of Krishna, of Christ, of Buddha, or of a celestial paradise, and they fall on their knees in ecstasy. They believe they have reached the ultimate truth. They believe they have encountered God. But I tell you, they have merely encountered their own projected imagination. They have become caught inside a private simulation created by their own fourth mental body. They are the creator, they are the painter, and they have become enchanted by their own painting. They are the creator, they are the creator. This is why ancient masters have always insisted that when you sit in meditation, if a vision appears, even if it is a vision of Buddha, even if it is a vision of Christ, even if it is a vision of divine light, do not pay any attention to it. Do not bow down to it. Do not embrace it. Do not be deceived by its beauty. Take a sword of awareness and cut the vision in two. Tell the vision, "You are just my own creation. Step aside. I am seeking the true Creator, not the creation. I am seeking the witness, not the scene." If you enjoy reading these discourses and want to carry these transformative insights with you wherever you go, we have compiled deep, comprehensive spiritual e-books that dive even further into these mysteries. You can find the links to these books in the description below. Also, if you feel inspired to help us expand this work, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button or sending a super thanks. Your loving support allows this sanctuary of truth to stay alive and free for seekers across the globe. In the fourth body, mind reaches its highest, most refined expression. Beyond the fourth body, no mind begins. Therefore, the fourth body is the last home for the mind, and the mind fights with all its subtle power to keep you trapped within its domain. It offers you brilliant visions, celestial music, miraculous powers, telepathic abilities, and deep emotional ecstasies. It gives you everything you have ever dreamed of, just to prevent you from taking the final jump into the unknown. How does one cross this fourth body? How do you break through this ultimate subjective matrix? There is only one weapon, only one key: witnessing, Sakshi Bhava. In the first three bodies, you can use various techniques. You can use breath work, you can use physical postures, you can use catharsis, you can use emotional devotional prayers. But in the fourth body, no technique that involves doing will help you, because any doing is an activity of the mind. If you do something in the fourth body, you are using the mind, and using the mind strengthens the mind. It creates more subtle projections, more beautiful dreams, more sophisticated illusions. In the fourth body, Doing must cease completely. Only witnessing remains. You must become a silent, aloof observer of your own mental processes. When a vision appears, do not welcome it, do not reject it, simply watch it. Look at it as if you are watching a cloud floating across the sky. When a celestial sound arises, do not get enchanted by it. Simply listen to it as a neutral witness. When a deep feeling of ecstasy floods your being, do not identify with the ecstasy. Tell yourself, ecstasy is there, but I am the witness who is aware of this ecstasy. I am not the ecstasy itself. I am the pure consciousness observing it. When you remain steadfast in this witnessing attitude, when you refuse to identify with any vision, any image, any emotion, any power, or any dream, the fourth body begins to lose its momentum. The mind cannot feed on witnessing. Mind feeds on identification, on attraction, on repulsion, on desire, on fear. When you simply watch without judgment, without choice, without condemnation, a profound stillness settles over your fourth body. The projections stop. The pictures fade away. The celestial music subsides. The visions dissolve into pure space. For the first time, the screen of your mind becomes completely blank. There is no image, no thought, no desire, no God, no guru, no dream. There is only a vast, crystal clear, unblemished space of awareness. This moment of complete emptiness in the fourth body is what the ancient Zen masters called the gateless gate. It is the boundary line between the human and the superhuman, between the temporal world of mind and the eternal realm of spirit. To cross the first three bodies, you move from the outside to the inside. You move from the physical shell inward to the etheric, and from the etheric inward to the astral. But to move from the fourth body to the fifth body, the movement changes its entire dimension. The movement is no longer horizontal. It is no longer from outside to inside. The movement becomes vertical. It is a movement from downward to upward, from the lower plane to a higher plane. Most human minds are conditioned to look downward and outward. The mind flows downward like water. Water always seeks the lowest level. It naturally flows down the hill toward the valley. Mind intrinsically flows downward toward the lower centers, toward physical pleasures, toward material security, toward social approval, toward emotional drama. To move from the fourth body to the fifth body, your consciousness must become like fire. Fire never flows downward. No matter how you turn a torch, its flame always points upward toward the sky. Consciousness must transform its intrinsic movement from the nature of water to the nature of fire. It must begin to look upward. This upward orientation of consciousness is why ancient spiritual systems used various symbolic methods to direct attention toward the upper centers of the human body. In the subtle physical anatomy, the center located between the two eyebrows is the Ajna chakra, the third eye. This center is situated directly above the ordinary physical eyes. Our ordinary eyes look outward and downward at the physical world. When your internal vision is turned upward toward the third eye, a complete transformation of your energy system begins to occur. When you close your physical eyes and direct your internal awareness toward the center between your eyebrows, you are not touching a physical spot. You are focusing your consciousness on the subtle gateway to the higher bodies. In the beginning, when you focus your attention at the third eye, you will feel a distinct heat, a burning sensation, a deep friction at that spot. This burning sensation is the fire of awareness consuming your lower mental habits. It is the heat generated by turning the life energy from its downward flow into an upward ascent. The ancient Persians, under the guidance of Zarathustra, were fire worshippers. But they were not worshipping physical fire. They were using physical fire as an outer symbol for this inner fire that ignites at the third eye center when consciousness turns upward from the fourth body. In ancient India, seekers placed sandalwood paste or a bright red mark, a tilak, on the third eye center. Sandalwood paste is naturally cool. When the inner fire ignites at the third eye, the heat can feel intense, overwhelming, and burning. The cooling touch of sandalwood paste was used to soothe the physical spot and to serve as a continuous, gentle reminder for the inner vision to remain focused upward. When your energy reaches the third eye, when the upward look becomes steady and unwavering, the fourth body is transcended. You take a monumental leap, you jump out of the human boundary altogether. Consider the difference between a person living in the lower four bodies and one who has stepped into the fifth. An ordinary human being, no matter how intelligent, no matter how educated, no matter how famous, lives a fragmentary, split existence. They are not a single, unified person. They are a crowd of many small, conflicting egos. In the morning, one ego takes charge and vows, I will be kind, I will be peaceful, I will never get angry again. By afternoon, another ego takes charge. gets furious over a small inconvenience, and screams at a colleague. By evening, a third ego takes charge, feels deeply guilty for the anger, and promises to be better tomorrow. Gurdjieff used to say that an ordinary human being is like a house where the master is permanently absent or fast asleep in a distant room. The house is full of servants, and every servant who happens to be near the front door when a visitor knocks claims to be the master of the house. On Monday, the servant named Intellect answers the door and says, "I am the master." On Tuesday, the servant named Sex answers the door and says, "I am the master." On Wednesday, the servant named Anger answers the door and says, "I am the master." The visitor is completely bewildered because every day a different servant claims ownership of the house, and none of them can fulfill the promises made by the others. This is the state of human schizophrenia. You have no central master inside you. You have no unified nucleus. You are a collection of shifting moods, biological impulses, and social roles. You are a multi-psyche, a crowd without a director. The fifth body, the Atma Sharir, or the spiritual body, is the realm where the real master awakens. When you step into the fifth body, for the very first time in your entire existence, crystallization occurs. The many small conflicting egos dissolve, and a single unified, unbreakable nucleus of selfhood is born. For the first time, you become an individual in the true sense of the word. The word individual literally means indivisible, that which cannot be divided any further. In the fifth body, you do not have to try to be peaceful. Peace is your very nature. You do not have to try to be truthful. Truth is your very essence. You do not have to make promises about tomorrow because you are a master of your own energy today. The master has entered the house. The servants fall silent. They sit in their proper places. The house is no longer in chaos. It is governed by a radiant, conscious presence. This fifth body is the peak of human evolution. It is the richest, most beautiful, most luminous state of individual existence. Here, all thorns fall away. The physical suffering of the first body, the emotional turbulence of the second body, the intellectual doubts of the third body, and the deceptive illusions of the fourth body are left far behind in the valley. On the fifth plane, you stand on a high, sunlit peak of pure self-knowledge, Atma Jnana. Here, you know for yourself, without a shadow of a doubt, I am not the body, I am not the emotions. I am not the mind. I am the eternal, deathless, luminous soul. You experience Sat Chitananda in its individual flowering. You know your absolute existence, Sat. You know your pure, undirected consciousness, Chit. You know your boundless, unconditioned bliss, Ananda. Ancient philosophers like Socrates operated from the doorway of the fifth body. On the walls of the temple of Apollo at Delphi, the ancient Greeks carved two simple words: know thyself. They were not talking about knowing your name, your family history, or your psychological quirks. They were talking about entering the fifth body, discovering the deathless soul, and standing firm in the crystallization of pure self-awareness. Mahavira, the great enlightened master of India, declared from the fifth body, by knowing oneself, one knows all. Because if you have not known yourself, if you do not know the very center of your own existence, what else can you truly know? You may know the distance to the moon, you may know the chemical composition of the stars, you may know the history of empires, but if you remain completely ignorant of who you are, your entire knowledge is built upon a foundation of sand. It is borrowed, superficial, and dead. In the fifth body, you are no longer a beggar knocking on other people's doors for love, for approval, for knowledge, or for happiness. You have discovered the infinite emperor residing within your own heart. You are completely at ease with yourself. You are fulfilled, you are radiant, you are free. Yet, even on this magnificent fifth peak, the spiritual journey is not complete. Even in this state of divine self-realization, a subtle barrier remains. What is that barrier? It is the very feeling of individual selfhood. In the fifth body, the ego, the false, arrogant I, is dead. But amness, the subtle feeling of individual existence, the feeling that I am a separate soul apart from the rest of the universe, still persists. The seeker standing in the fifth body feels, I am an eternal, immortal, individual soul, and there are infinite other individual souls scattered across the cosmos. They have attained their own center, but they remain a separate drop of consciousness. They have not yet dissolved into the vast, boundless ocean of the cosmic whole. If a seeker becomes content with this individual bliss, if they fall in love with their own spiritual light, they get stuck on the fifth plane. Many great spiritual traditions, many ancient religions have stopped their search right here at the fifth body. They teach that the ultimate goal of life is the liberation of the individual soul, mukti. where the soul remains an eternal individual atom of light living in everlasting peace. Sensing this subtle trap, realizing that even individual spiritual existence is a limitation compared to the boundless whole, the true seeker prepares themselves for an even grander, more terrifying, and more majestic jump, the jump from the individual soul into the cosmic ocean itself. As we continue to walk this path together, in our next turn we will step across the threshold of the fifth body and penetrate into the fifth, sixth, and seventh bodies. We will explore how to lose even the individual soul into the cosmic body, Aham Brahmasmi, and how to take the ultimate final leap into nirvana, the absolute formless void where all mirrors, all concepts, and all boundaries vanish forever into eternal light. Continue to observe your daily life with keen, quiet attention. Watch the lower bodies at work. Observe the physical needs of the first, the emotional swings of the second, the intellectual debates of the third, and the creative projections of the fourth. Do not fight them. Do not judge them. Do not condemn them. Simply sit like a quiet witness on the hill of your own rising awareness. Watch the play of the lower bodies with a soft, compassionate smile, knowing that you are the deathless, unblemished light observing it all. When this deathless, unblemished light of your witnessing becomes steady and unwavering, you step across the threshold of the fourth body and enter the realm of the fifth. The fifth body is the spiritual body, the Atma Sharir, connected directly with the Vishuddhi Chakra located in your throat. Up to the fourth body, every level of your existence was split into dualities. The physical, the etheric, the astral, and the mental bodies were all divided into male and female polarities, into outward and inward movements, into horizontal dimensions of existence. But with the fifth body, all duality comes to an absolute end. The fifth body is non-dual. It does not have two opposite possibilities. It has only one. Up to the fourth body, you needed specific methods, techniques, and efforts to transform your energy. You had to transform sex into celibacy, anger into compassion, doubt into trust, and imagination into vision. But in the fifth body, there is no contrary quality to develop. There is no opposite pole to fight or transform. In the fifth body, there is only one direction, entering into your own pure, unblemished being. By the time you cross the fourth body, you have gathered so much awareness, so much internal clarity, and so much spiritual strength that entering the fifth body becomes a smooth, spontaneous, and natural movement. What is the difference between a person who has entered the fifth body and one who is still trapped in the lower four? The first fundamental difference is that the person in the fifth body is completely rid of all unconsciousness. They no longer sleep in the way ordinary human beings sleep. That is to say, their physical body sleeps, their muscles relax, their organs rest, but someone inside remains continuously awake. If they turn in their sleep, they know it. If they do not turn, they know it. If a blanket falls off their body, they know it. Their inner light of awareness never flickers, never dims, and never turns off. They exist in an unbroken 24-hour state of conscious presence. For a person who has not entered the fifth body, the situation is the exact opposite. In sleep, they are completely unconscious, and in their waking hours, they are only superficially awake. Beneath their superficial waking state, layers upon layers of sleep, habit, and dream continue to dictate their behavior. They go through their daily routines like somnambulists, like people walking in their sleep. Have you ever looked closely at how you live your day? You drive your car along the same route every morning, applying the brakes, turning the wheel, and navigating traffic while your mind is miles away, lost in a fantasy about the future or a memory from the past. You eat your meals without ever tasting the food, your hands moving mechanically from the plate to your mouth. You speak words you did not consciously intend to say, and then you offer excuses, saying, "I do not know what came over me. It was a slip of the tongue. I did not mean to hurt you." You get angry when you promised yourself you would stay calm, and then you feel guilty and beg for forgiveness, only to repeat the exact same anger tomorrow. This proves that you are operating as an automaton. You are not a conscious master inside your own house. You are a machine running on pre-programmed scripts. A person who is fast asleep cannot be trusted because they do not know what they will do next. In the evening, they make a solemn vow to get up at 4 in the morning to meditate. When the alarm clock rings at 4, another mechanical subpersonality wakes up, turns the alarm off, and says, "There is no need to be so strict. I can sleep for 2 more hours." Then at 6, when they finally open their eyes, a third subpersonality wakes up and feels terribly guilty for oversleeping. These shifting moods and broken vows are the antics of a sleeping mind. This entire human world is a chaotic, painful mess precisely because it is run by sleeping people. The politician who starts a war is asleep. The soldier who fires the weapon is asleep. The judge who passes judgment is asleep. The priest who preaches morality is asleep. The husband and wife who quarrel continuously are asleep. They are all dreaming different, conflicting dreams. And when their dreams collide, friction, violence, and misery are born. When a person enters the fifth body, this somnambulism ends forever. The word Buddha is not the personal name of a man named Gautam Siddharth. Gautam was the name given to the physical body, the sleeping person. In notably personal lapas, Buddha is a title, a description of a state of consciousness. It means the one who has awakened, the one who has stepped out of all sleep and all dreams. When Gautam Siddharth crossed the fourth body and entered the fifth, the sleeper died and the Buddha was born. In the fifth body, you no longer need to prove yourself to anyone. In the lower four bodies, because you do not know who you are, you spend your entire life trying to prove your worth to the world. You seek political power. You accumulate massive wealth. You build grand mansions. You write books. You seek titles, degrees, and social honors. Why? Because deep down there is a hollow, painful void. You do not know your own identity, so you try to construct a false identity out of the opinions and applause of others. You want the crowd to look at you and say, "You are important, you are special, you are successful." You rely on the mirrors of the external world to give you a sense of existence. In the fifth body, this pathetic need for external validation vanishes completely. The question, "Who am I?" receives its final experiential answer. You do not receive an answer in words. You receive an answer in pure being. You know yourself directly, immediately, without the help of any external mirror, without the need for any social approval. You stand rooted in your own eternal soul, your Atman. In the fifth body, you experience the realization of Sat Chit Ananda in its individual purity. You know your Sat, your eternal, deathless existence. You know that even if the physical body dies, even if the universe dissolves, your essential being cannot be destroyed. You know your Chit, your pure, unblemished, self-luminous consciousness. And you know your Ananda, your unconditioned, boundless, internal bliss. This bliss of the fifth plane is so profound, so sweet, so overwhelming that it creates the greatest golden trap in the entire spiritual journey. Up to the fourth body, the obstacles on your path were made of pain, anxiety, fear, disease, and mental confusion. it was relatively easy to recognize those things as obstacles because they cause suffering. You wanted to be free of them. But on the fifth plane, the obstacle is not suffering. The obstacle is supreme, divine bliss. When a seeker enters the fifth body, they are suddenly showered with an unearthly ecstasy. They come from a dark, noisy, painful world where every moment was a struggle, where every relationship brought heartbreak, where every desire ended in frustration. Suddenly they find themselves standing on a radiant, sunlit peak of divine joy. A celestial music resounds in their heart. A profound peace settles over their soul. They feel completely fulfilled, completely liberated, completely divine. And here 99 out of 100 seekers stop. They sit down on the fifth plane. They build a golden temple around their experience, and they declare, I have reached the ultimate goal. I have found God. I have attained liberation. There is nothing more to be sought. They fall in love with their own bliss. They get intoxicated by their own spiritual light. They become attached to the exquisite peace of their own soul. But I tell you, even this supreme bliss is a barrier. Even this divine self-realization is a golden cage. Why? Because as long as you can say, I am blissful, there is a subtle division remaining between you and the universe. As long as you experience bliss, bliss is an object of your experience, and you are the subject experiencing it. The duality between the experiencer and the experienced has not yet been transcended. If your quest is merely for bliss, if your search is only an attempt to escape from suffering, you will get stuck on the fifth plane. You will remain an individual, immortal soul, a brilliant atom of light separated from the vast cosmic ocean. But if your quest is for truth, if your longing is not just for personal comfort, but for ultimate reality, you cannot stop on the fifth plane. You will look at this divine bliss and you will ask, where does this bliss come from? Who is the source of this light? What lies beyond my individual soul? What was there before I became an individual soul? And what will remain when even this spiritual selfhood dissolves? To move beyond the fifth body, you must have the courage to drop even bliss. You must be willing to renounce your own spiritual attainment. You must drop the flower of selfhood so that only the uncaused, formless perfume of pure existence remains. If these words are striking a chord in the deepest depths of your being, if you are feeling the call to transcend your own subtle limitations, Take a moment to nourish this living stream of wisdom. Share your reflections in the comments below, like this video, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss these discourses. If you feel called to support our work and ensure that these teachings continue to reach sincere seekers all around the world, you can become an active partner by clicking the join button to become a channel member, sending a super thanks, or exploring our spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. Your generosity provides the resources needed to keep this flame of truth burning bright for all. To transcend the fifth body and enter the sixth, you must understand the difference between the ego and amness. On the fifth plane, the ego, the arrogant, aggressive I that compares itself to others, is completely dead. But asmita, pure amness, the subtle feeling that I exist as an individual soul, still remains. The seeker on the fifth plane feels, I am an eternal individual soul, separate from other eternal individual souls. Many ancient religions and spiritual systems stopped their search right here. Jainism stopped at the fifth body. Many schools of yoga stopped at the fifth body. They declared that there are infinite individual souls in the universe, each existing in its own isolated, windowless, immortal perfection. They achieved self-realization, Atma-jnana, but they missed cosmic realization, Brahma-jnana. They found the individual drop of light, but they missed the infinite ocean from which all light arises. To step from the fifth body into the sixth body, you must relinquish even this subtle amness. You must be willing to lose your individual spiritual identity. The sixth body is the Brahma Sharir, the cosmic body. The chakra connected to the sixth body is the Agya chakra, the third eye, situated between the eyebrows. When you move from the fifth body to the sixth body, you do not move from the outside to the inside, nor do you move from downward to upward. You move from the individual to the universal. You move from the part to the whole. You step out of the boundary of your individual soul and you merge into the infinite expanse of the cosmic reality, the Brahman. In the sixth body, you no longer say, I am a soul. You say, Aham Brahmasmi. I am the cosmic whole. I am the universe. I am the divine reality. The feeling of being a separate drop vanishes completely. You do not just enter the ocean enters you. Consider the famous realization of the great mystic Kabir. When Kabir was a young seeker in the early days of his spiritual practice, he wrote a beautiful poem. Searching and searching, O my friend, Kabir lost himself. The drop has fallen into the ocean. How can it ever be found again? This is the experience of the fifth plane, where the individual drop feels itself falling into the spiritual depth. But as Kabir's realization matured, as he crossed the fifth body and stepped into the sixth, he changed his own poem. In his mature years, Kabir wrote, "Searching and searching, O my friend, Kabir lost himself. The ocean has fallen into the drop. How can it ever be found again?" This is the shift from the fifth body to the sixth body. On the fifth plane, you feel that your small individual soul has found its divine nature, like a drop finding the ocean. On the sixth plane, you realize that there was never a separate drop to begin with. The entire cosmic ocean was present within you all along. You look at the stars and you realize with absolute certainty that the stars are moving inside your own vast, infinite consciousness. You look at the sun and you know its warmth is the heat of your own cosmic blood. You look at the mountains and you feel their stillness as your own unshakable presence. You look at every living being and you know that your own life is throbbing through their hearts. In the sixth body, all individual boundaries dissolve into the cosmic simulation. Matter and spirit are no longer seen as two separate things. They are realized as two aspects of one single, unbroken, ocean-like reality. Matter is the visible, condensed form of the Brahman. The Brahman is the invisible, subtle essence of matter. The creator and the creation are no longer two. The painter and the painting have merged into a single living masterpiece. Those who reach the sixth body become the founders of great cosmic philosophies. The ancient seers who composed the Upanishads spoke from the sixth body. They looked at existence and declared, "All this is Brahman. That art thou tat tvam asi." There is no duality here, no division, no separation. Everything that exists is a manifestation of the one, eternal, formless, cosmic reality. On the sixth plane, there is no longer any individual suffering, no longer any individual anxiety, no longer any individual birth or death. You have become one with the cosmic process. You have expanded your consciousness to encompass the entire firmament. You experience the grand play of Maya, the cosmic illusion, not as a trap, but as the magnificent artistic expression of the Brahman itself. Yet, my beloved friends, I must tell you, even the sixth body is not the final destination. Even the realization of the Brahman is not the ultimate end of the spiritual search. How can there be anything beyond the cosmic whole? How can there be anything beyond the Brahman? This is where human language begins to fail completely. This is where logic collapses, where intellect throws up its hands in absolute helplessness, where even the greatest seers and prophets become silent. On the sixth plane, you have known existence sat in its absolute cosmic wholeness, but you have not yet known non-existence asat. You have known being, but you have not yet known non-being. You have known the infinite light of creation, but you have not yet known the ultimate unmanifest darkness from which all light is born. You have known cosmic life, but you have not yet known cosmic death. Existence is only one half of the story. Life is only one side of the coin. If you know only existence, your knowledge is still incomplete. You know the manifestation, but you do not know the unmanifest source. You know the tree that has grown out of the seed, but you do not know the void into which the seed dissolves before the tree is born, and into which the tree returns when its time is over. To know the ultimate truth in its absolute, unblemished totality, you must take one final, terrifying, majestic jump. You must step across the boundary of the sixth body and enter the seventh, the nirvana sharir, the nirvanic body, the bodiless body, the state of absolute nothingness. The center connected with the seventh body is the Sahasrar Chakra, the 1,000-petal lotus located at the very crown of the head. The seventh body is the jump from cosmic being into absolute non-being. It is the jump from everything into nothingness, into shunya. What is nirvana? The word nirvana has been terribly misunderstood throughout history, especially by Western scholars who approached it through logic and intellect. Nirvana literally means the extinction of the flame. Imagine a small oil lamp burning in a dark room. The oil is gradually consumed, the wick burns down, the flame flickers, and then, in a single moment, the flame goes out. Where has the flame gone? Has it traveled to the north, to the south, to the east, or to the west? Has it gone to heaven or to hell? Is it hiding behind the furniture? No, the flame has simply ceased to be. It has returned to the unmanifest, formless, original void from which it once emerged. It has not been destroyed. It has simply dissolved back into the cosmic source. This extinction of the flame is nirvana. In the seventh body, your individual existence was already lost on the fifth plane. Your cosmic existence is now lost on the seventh plane. You do not just lose your ego. You do not just lose your individual soul. You lose existence itself. You drop into the bottomless, infinite, eternal abyss of non-being. This is what Buddha taught, and this is why the traditional religious people of India rejected Buddha. The people said to Buddha, "We can understand a religion that promises us heaven. We can understand a religion that promises us personal immortality. We can even understand a religion that promises us that we will become one with God. But you come to us and you tell us that the ultimate goal of life is complete extinction. You tell us that we will cease to exist. Why should we strive? Why should we meditate? Why should we discipline ourselves merely to become nothing?" Buddha laughed and said, "You want to preserve yourself because you do not know that your desire to preserve yourself is the very root of all your suffering, all your anxiety, all your bondage. You are afraid of death because you cling to your small, false identity. I offer you ultimate freedom, not freedom for the self, but freedom from the self. I offer you the freedom of absolute non-being, where no suffering, no birth, no death, no division, and no matrix can ever touch you again. In the seventh body, there is no longer any observer and no longer any observed. There is no mirror, no reflection, no image, no concept, no language, and no symbol. The seventh body is the state of nirbij samadhi, seedless samadhi. The very seed of manifestation, the very seed of desire, the very seed of existence has been burned to ashes in the fire of ultimate awareness. There is no seed left from which another physical body, another emotional dream, another mental projection, another individual soul, or another cosmic manifestation can ever spring forth. Up to the fifth body, you can speak through scientific concepts. On the sixth body, you can speak through mystical parables and cosmic poetry. But on the seventh body, all speech comes to an absolute halt. You cannot say that it is, and you cannot say that it is not. If you say it is, you bring in the concept of existence, which belongs to the sixth body. If you say it is not, you bring in a negative concept, which is still a concept of the mind. Therefore, those who have touched the seventh body become completely silent. Or, if they speak at all, they use language that sounds totally paradoxical, irrational, and contradictory to the logical mind. They say it is neither light nor darkness, yet it is both. It is neither life nor death, yet it is the womb of both. It is neither being nor non-being, yet it is the source of both. It cannot be seen by the eyes, it cannot be heard by the ears, it cannot be touched by the hands, it cannot be grasped by the intellect. It is that which remains when everything else has been stripped away. In ancient India, when a seeker reached this ultimate realization, when a scripture reached the description of this formless void, the seers did not write the end. They did not write a final conclusion. They simply wrote 3 words: Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om is not a word, it is a motiveless, meaningless, primordial sound. It is the sound of the unmanifest cosmos, the subtle resonance that reverberates at the boundary line where existence meets non-existence. And Shanti means absolute, unshakable, eternal peace. It means the story is finished. The dream has dissolved. The traveler has reached the home that he never truly left. There is nothing more to be said, nothing more to be sought, nothing more to be done. All is quiet, all is still, all is whole. My beloved friends, this sevenfold inner journey is your birthright. You are not a helpless creature trapped in an unyielding mechanical simulation. You are not a victim of external circumstances. You are a divine mystery, a multidimensional flame of consciousness residing in the heart of existence. The matrix simulation has power over you only as long as you remain fast asleep in your habits, your projections, and your unconscious reactions. The moment you wake up, the moment you bring the light of keen, quiet, moment-to-moment witnessing to your life, the bars of the cage begin to melt. As you move from the physical to the etheric, from the etheric to the astral, from the astral to the mental, and from the mental to the spiritual, you reclaim your true mastery. And when you finally take that majestic ultimate jump through the cosmic body into the absolute void of nirvana, you realize that the matrix was never real at all. It was merely a passing shadow, a dream in the night, a play of light upon the eternal screen of your own uncreated, deathless being. Live this awareness every moment. Do not carry these discourses as mere intellectual information in your head. Put them into practice. Sit quietly. Observe your breath. Watch your thoughts. Stand alone in your own radiant presence and let your life become a continuous, joyful explosion of awakening. And how does this awakening happen? Up to now, humanity has been taught that to awaken, you must fight. You have been told by priests, by moralists, by ascetics, that to reach the divine, you must wage a war against yourself. They tell you to suppress your anger, to crush your sexual desires, to conquer your greed, to destroy your ego. But I tell you, this approach of fighting is the very reason humanity remains trapped inside the matrix simulation. What you resist persists. What you fight against, you feed with your own vital energy. Look at the mechanics of inner conflict. When you fight against something within yourself, you divide your consciousness into two fighting camps. One part of you becomes the attacker, the warrior, the moral judge. The other part of you becomes the enemy, the sinner, the suppressed impulse. You become a battlefield. And who is fighting whom? It is your own energy fighting your own energy. Half of your life force is attacking the other half. You become exhausted, fragmented, and paralyzed. And what is created out of this conflict? The ego. The ego is born out of struggle. When you fight an enemy, you need a strong, aggressive center. The more you fight your desires, the more your ego becomes strengthened. You may succeed in repressing a desire, but now you have created a new, far more dangerous problem, a spiritualized ego. You become proud of your celibacy, proud of your fasting, proud of your austerities, proud of your righteousness. You say to the world, "Look at me, I have conquered my passions, I am a saint, I am superior to all these worldly fools." This spiritual ego is the most subtle, impenetrable layer of the matrix simulation. An ordinary sinner can easily realize their ignorance because their suffering is obvious. But a self-righteous saint, puffed up with the pride of their austerities, can never realize their imprisonment. They have decorated their cage with gold and flowers, and they believe they are already liberated. They have killed their instincts. They have rendered themselves dead and insensitive, and they mistake this deadness for peace. This is the fundamental difference between the path of yoga and the path of tantra. Yoga, in its ordinary popular interpretation, is the path of the warrior. It is a path of will, of discipline, of struggle. It views the world and nirvana, the physical body and the soul, as two opposing polarities. It tells you to fight the lower so that you may reach the higher. You must kill your natural self so that your spiritual self can be born. It is a path of deep inner conflict. Tantra, on the other hand, is completely different. Tantra is not a path of fight, it is a path of total acceptance. Tantra says that whatsoever you are, the ultimate is not opposed to it. There is no enmity between you and existence. You do not need to fight nature. You need to understand nature, accept nature, and use nature to go beyond nature. You do not need to kill the seed in order to get the flower. The flower is hidden inside the seed. If you destroy the seed, where will the flower come from? Tantra tells you, do not fight with your energy. Accept yourself as you are. Accept your body. Accept your instincts. Accept your desires. Accept your emotions. Total acceptance is the alchemy of Tantra. When you accept everything without judgment, without condemnation, without choice, a deep relaxation settles over your entire being. The inner war comes to an end. The two fighting camps dissolve. And when your energy is no longer wasted in internal conflict, that same energy becomes available for spiritual transformation. To understand Tantra, you must realize that Tantra is not a philosophy, nor is it a religious dogma. Tantra is pure science. It is a science of inner methodology. Philosophy asks, why does this existence exist? What is the ultimate cause of creation? And philosophy goes on proposing theories, doctrines, and intellectual hypotheses. But philosophy never transforms anyone. You can understand a philosophy with your intellect without changing your life by even a single inch. You can become a great scholar, a profound pundit, a doctor of divinity, and yet remain the same angry, greedy, lustful person inside. Tantra is not concerned with why. Tantra is concerned with how. Tantra does not ask what is truth. Tantra asks how can truth be experienced? How can the human consciousness be transformed? Therefore, Tantra is a pure science of technique. In the ancient treatise of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Shiva does not give Devi long philosophical lectures. Devi asks deeply intellectual and metaphysical questions. What is your reality, O Lord? What constitutes the seed of the universe? Who centers the cosmic wheel? What is this life beyond form? But Shiva does not answer a single one of her questions philosophically. Instead, Shiva gives her 112 pure techniques of meditation. He tells her, do this and you will know. Experience this and your doubts will dissolve. For Tantra, doing is knowing. There is no other knowing. You cannot know love by reading books about love. You must enter into love. You must experience love. You must become love. Only then do you know. Knowledge that comes from the outside is borrowed, dead, and useless. Experience that arises from within is authentic, living, and liberating. Furthermore, Tantra is completely amoral. Do not confuse amoral with immoral. Morality and immorality are social concepts. They are divisions created by the human mind. Society says this is good, that is bad, this is virtue, that is sin. But existence knows no such divisions. Does the sun refuse to shine on a thief? Does the rain refuse to fall on a sinner? Does the earth refuse to nourish the tree planted by a murderer? No, nature is totally impartial. Nature accepts all, nourishes all, and encompasses all. Tantra operates with the same cosmic impartiality. Tantra says that medicine is amoral. If a saint has a fever, medicine will cure him. If a thief has a fever, the exact same medicine will cure him. The medicine does not ask, are you a saint or a sinner? It is a scientific chemical process. Similarly, Tantra says that your spiritual disease, your unconsciousness, your anxiety, your inner turmoil does not depend on whether society labels you good or bad. You are suffering because your mind is uncentered and asleep. If you go to a traditional priest and say, I am an alcoholic, or I am a thief, or I am filled with sexual lust, how can I find peace? The priest will say, first leave your alcohol, first stop stealing, first crush your lust. Only then can you pray, only then can you enter the temple. But this is putting the cart before the horse. The man is drinking alcohol or stealing or obsessed with lust precisely because his mind is disturbed, chaotic, and in pain. Drinking or stealing are merely the external symptoms of an internal sickness. And the priest tells him, first cure the symptom, and then I will give you the medicine. This is utter foolishness. Tantra says, bring your disturbed mind as it is. Bring your alcoholism, bring your lust, bring your anger, bring your greed. Tantra accepts you exactly where you stand. Tantra does not demand that you become a saint before you can meditate. Tantra gives you the scientific techniques to transform your internal consciousness. And when your internal consciousness changes, your external behavior changes automatically, effortlessly. like a shadow following a body. Look at the traditional approach to morality. It has created a world full of hypocrites. Millions of people go on paying lip service to noble ideals while living lives of hidden indulgence. A man preaches non-violence, but his eyes are full of anger. A man preaches celibacy, but his mind is continuously fantasizing about sex. A man preaches non-attachment, but he hoards every penny he can touch. Why does this hypocrisy exist? Because humanity has been forced to wear artificial moral masks. People are terrified of being seen as they are, so they hide their instincts behind pious words and respectable facades. Tantra breaks this entire structure of hypocrisy. Tantra says, drop your masks, be authentic, accept your reality. If you are angry, know that you are angry. Do not cover it up with false smiles. Do not pretend to be compassionate when your heart is burning with rage. If you are full of sexual desire, acknowledge it. Do not pretend to be a celibate saint while your mind is obsessed with sex. Understand this deeply. Energy as such is neutral. There is no such thing as sexual energy. Energy is simply energy, the one undivided life force flowing through your being. When this energy flows through the biological door, you name it sex. When it moves through the emotional door, you name it love or hate or jealousy. When it moves through the intellectual door, you name it logic or art or science. When it moves through the spiritual door, you name it meditation, prayer, or enlightenment. The name does not belong to the energy. The name belongs to the door through which it manifests. Energy itself is nameless, formless, and eternally pure. Therefore, the word sublimation is a deeply misleading and ugly word. Whenever people talk about the sublimation of sex energy, they are hiding an attitude of conflict and antagonism. Sublimation implies that sex is something low, dirty, or evil that must be forced, manipulated, or cooked into something higher. Anything done directly to sex is a form of suppression. You cannot sublimate energy by fighting it. If you fight with your own energy, you are fighting with yourself. Can your right hand win a fight against your left hand? It is impossible. For a moment, your right hand may push your left hand down, and you may celebrate your victory. But the next moment, your left hand will rise up again, and your right hand will be exhausted. This is the endless tragic game that ascetics and moralists play with themselves. Sometimes they feel they have controlled their sex drive, and the next moment the drive returns with double force, shattering their false peace. Transformation does not happen through fighting. It happens through redirection. When a higher source of bliss becomes available to you, the lower sources naturally lose their appeal. You do not have to fight them. You do not have to renounce them. You do not have to suppress them. They simply wither away, like dry leaves falling from a tree in autumn. The tree does not make an effort to drop its dry leaves. It does not go through a painful struggle of renunciation. New sap rises from the roots, fresh green buds begin to emerge, and the old dry leaves fall quietly to the ground. If you are holding pebbles in your hands, and suddenly someone places precious diamonds in your palms, will you have to make a great moral effort to drop the pebbles? Will you need to consult a priest to ask how to renounce the stones? You will not even notice when your hands open and the pebbles fall away. You will not go around boasting to the world, "Look at what a great sacrifice I have made. I have renounced my stones." The lesser sources of happiness drop away automatically the moment a greater source of bliss is discovered. This is the secret of tantric transformation. Tantra does not ask you to renounce anything. Tantra says, open the door to meditation. Open the door to awareness. As the light of meditation enters your consciousness, as you begin to taste the higher bliss of your own inner being, the obsession with lower pleasures disappears spontaneously. Sex is not sublimated. Sex is transcended. It becomes irrelevant, meaningless, childish. Consider the life of a child. A small child is deeply attached to his toys. He carries his teddy bear everywhere. He sleeps with his plastic cars. He gets furious if someone takes his toys away. But as the child grows up, as his intelligence matures, those toys naturally lose their charm. When he becomes a young man, you do not find him playing with teddy bears in the street. Has he suppressed his desire for toys? Has he gone through an arduous struggle of sublimation? No, he has simply grown up. He has matured. The toys have become irrelevant to his new level of consciousness. As you deepen your meditation, as your energy moves from the lower centers toward the higher centers, sex and other physical compulsions become just like those childhood toys. You do not hate them. You do not fight them. You do not condemn them. You simply outgrow them. You realize that they served a biological purpose in nature, but now a far greater, more fulfilling dimension of existence has opened before you. How do you bring this tantric alchemy into your practical daily life? By transforming your daily acts into objects of meditation. Do not separate your spiritual life from your mundane life. The matrix simulation loves division. It tells you, work in your office for 6 days. Live a worldly, greedy life, and then go to a church or a temple for 1 hour on Sunday and be religious. This division allows you to remain an unconscious machine for 6 days, while comforting yourself with a brief ritual on the 7th. Tantra says, bring awareness into every single act of your life. When you are eating, do not just swallow food mechanically. Eat meditatively. Feel the taste, feel the texture. Be present with every bite. When you are walking, walk meditatively. When you are angry, do not suppress the anger and do not throw it at others unconsciously. Go into your room, close the door, and observe the anger inwardly. Watch the heat rising in your body. Watch the tension in your muscles. Watch the storm in your mind. Become a silent witness to your own anger. When you observe anger without judgment, without saying, anger is bad or I should not be angry, a miracle happens. The energy that was going to express itself as destructive rage is liberated from the judgment. Consciousness absorbs the energy. The fire of anger transforms into the light of clarity and compassion. Poison is converted into nectar. The same applies to the energy of love and sex. If you are in a relationship, do not make your partner an object for your physical or emotional exploitation. Do not use them merely as an instrument to relieve your physical tension or to satisfy your emotional loneliness. Treat your partner as a sacred temple. Enter the relationship with deep respect, gratitude, and sensitivity. When two lovers meet with meditation in their hearts, their meeting is no longer a mere biological friction. It becomes a deep, celestial dialogue with nature. Through each other, they touch the cosmic flow. They come to a moment of profound, timeless stillness. And if they remain present, if they remain witnesses in that moment of deep intimacy, their energy transcends the physical plane. A deep gratitude, a sacred friendliness, and a boundless compassion are born between them. Sex flowers into love, and love flowers into prayer. If you are walking this path, if you are applying these profound tantric methods in your daily life, and if you wish to help us spread this fragrance of freedom to millions of searching minds, I invite you to be a part of this living work. Engaging with these discourses by liking this video, sharing your genuine experiences in the comments, and sending it to friends who are ready for truth helps break through the algorithms of unconsciousness. If you wish to support the continuation of these teachings, consider joining as a channel member, offering a super thanks, or exploring our spiritual ebooks linked below. Your support is a bridge that allows this ancient wisdom to reach every corner of the world. Remember, the fundamental key to bending the matrix simulation is tathatha, total acceptance of what is. Stop fighting with yourself. Stop creating ideals of how you should be. Accept yourself in this very moment with all your flaws, with all your desires, with all your conditioning. Accept your light and accept your darkness. When you accept what is, you stop moving into the future. You stop the endless game of becoming. You settle down into the absolute stillness of your own being. In this stillness, the matrix loses its grip. The simulation cannot control a person who has no desire to become anything else, who is completely satisfied with being who they are right here and right now. You become unmanipulatable. You become an island of unshakable peace in a stormy world. As we step into our next discourse together, we will explore the bioelectric catalyst of the human body, the awakening of Kundalini energy. We will examine how this unmanifest life energy, sleeping near the sex center, can be tapped through breath and self-inquiry, and how the inner explosion occurs when this Kundalini meets cosmic grace at the crown center. Until then, live naturally, live spontaneously, and live authentically. Do not be a warrior fighting against yourself. Be a lover embracing the whole of existence. Walk through this world with open eyes, an open heart, and an unwavering commitment to your own inner truth. This total acceptance of what is, this non-resistant relaxation into the present moment, brings you directly to the doorway of your deepest hidden potential. Up to now, you have known yourself only as a frail physical body, an unpredictable emotional mind, and an endless stream of desires. But hidden within the dark, silent depths of your physical vessel lies a sleeping reservoir of unmanifest cosmic life energy. In the East, this reservoir has been called the Kunda, the pool, and the latent force residing within it is known as Kundalini, the serpent power. To bend the matrix simulation and awaken from this dream of limitation, you must understand the bioelectric catalyst hidden within your own spine. Look at where your energy currently resides. All of your life force is concentrated near the base of your spine, near the sex center. This is the Kunda, the reservoir, the primal pool from which all your vitality flows. And why is this energy depicted symbolically as a sleeping serpent? Because a serpent lies coiled, completely motionless, seemingly asleep. Yet, when it is awakened, it uncoils, stands straight upon its tail, and raises its hood toward the sky. In the exact same way, your life energy lies coiled at the lowest center of your physical anatomy, asleep in a dormant state. But when it is awakened, it uncoils, turns its direction, and ascends straight upward through your spinal column toward the crown of your head, the Sahasrar. You must understand the two directions in which this single neutral energy can move. When your life force flows downward and outward toward the external world, it manifests as biological sex, as emotional attachment, as social ambition, and as physical discharge. Downward movement is the outward movement into the matrix. It is the path of reproduction, of physical continuity, and of ultimate exhaustion. Whenever your energy moves outward, you throw away a fragment of your life force into the external world. You feel a temporary relief, a momentary release of tension, but that relief is merely negative. It is the temporary absence of a heavy burden that you yourself accumulated. Kundalini represents the exact opposite movement. Kundalini is the center-oriented, inward and upward movement of that very same life force. When your energy stops flowing outward through desires and begins to move inward toward your own center, it becomes a fiery, ascending column of transformation. The upward movement does not dissipate your vitality, it multiplies it. The higher the energy rises, the more integrated, harmonious, and ecstatic your being becomes. When energy moves outward, it leads to death and reproduction. When energy moves inward, it leads to immortality and spiritual rebirth. Why is this vast reservoir of energy sleeping within you? Why are you operating on only 2 or 3% of your total potential? Because day-to-day life does not require any more. Your daily routine, your office work, your social conversations, your petty anxieties do not challenge your deeper reserves. You make do with the bare minimum of energy required for basic biological survival. 98% of your divine potential remains locked in the basement of your being, untouched, unprovoked, and dormant. To wake up a sleeping serpent, you cannot simply talk talk to it. You cannot read scriptures to it. You cannot convince it with logical arguments. You must disturb it. You must hammer it. You must provoke it with such intense, concentrated effort that it has no choice but to wake up. And how do you hammer this dormant reservoir of life energy? There are two primary hammers available to every human being. One is physical and the other is psychological. The physical hammer is the breath, intense, deep, chaotic, and rapid breathing. Have you ever considered what breath truly is? Breath is not merely air, not merely a combination of oxygen and nitrogen that your lungs inhale and exhale. Air is merely the physical vehicle, the outer container. What travels inside the air is prana, the vital, non-material life electricity of the universe. Breath is the golden bridge connecting your physical body to your formless soul. It is the tape that binds your invisible consciousness to this physical vessel. When you breathe normally, shallowly, as you have been conditioned to do by a fearful, suppressive society, your breath barely touches the upper part of your lungs. It never reaches deep down into your abdomen. It never touches your center. A suppressive society teaches you from childhood to suppress your anger, to suppress your laughter, to suppress your sexuality, to hold your stomach tight, and to breathe shallowly. Why? Because if you take a deep, natural breath that reaches all the way down to your navel, it massaged the sex center and the Kundalini reservoir from within. It activates your primal energy, and a society built on control is terrified of activated vital human beings. To break through this artificial conditioning, you must use the physical hammer of intense breath work. When you inhale with all your strength and exhale with equal force, when you become a continuous, tempestuous bellows of breathing, you alter the entire biochemical balance of your body. You flood your system with oxygen and prana. You shake every cell, every nerve, every fiber of your physical structure. The deep, rhythmic vibration travels down your spinal column and hits the sleeping kunda at the base of your spine with extraordinary force. Imagine a bottle filled with liquid that has been sitting undisturbed on a shelf for years. The liquid and the bottle appear to be a single, solid object. But if you take that bottle and shake it violently, the liquid inside is churned into a storm. You immediately realize that the bottle is one thing and the liquid inside is another. That violent shaking separates the container from the content. This is precisely what intense dynamic breathing does to your physical body. It creates an internal earthquake. It shakes the physical shell so violently that for the first time you feel a clear, unmistakable separation between your physical body and the life force moving within it. When you hammer the Kundalini with deep breathing, the sleeping serpent wakes up, and as it begins to uncoil, it releases a tremendous amount of bioelectrical heat. You will feel a hot, burning fire ascending through your spine, and simultaneously you will feel an exquisite, cool breeze washing over your brain. It is both a blazing fire that burns away your ancient conditioning and a cooling nectar that soothes your nervous system. And as this energy begins its upward ascent, it encounters the second hammer, the psychological hammer of the existential inquiry. Who am I? While breath hammers the Kundalini physically from below, the question, who am I, hammers it psychologically from within. This is not a question to be asked merely with your tongue. It is not an intellectual query that you repeat like a parrot. You are not looking for a verbal answer. If your mind says, I am a soul, I am the Atman, I am divine, tell your mind to be quiet. Those are borrowed answers from books and scriptures. They are dead words. You are seeking an existential experience, not a verbal definition. To use the hammer of who am I, you must gather your entire consciousness into a single sharp point. You must throw your whole life force into the question. Let every breath be saturated with this inquiry. Let every beat of your heart resound with, who am I? Let every cell of your body ask, who am I? You must raise a storm of questioning within yourself. It must become a matter of life and death. You must ask with such terrifying intensity, with such absolute focus, that all other thoughts, all memories, all desires, all social roles are completely burned away. When you ask, who am I? With total uncompromising intensity, a moment comes when the mind falls completely silent. It has no answer to give. It has exhausted all its borrowed information. It cannot say, I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am a Hindu, I am a Christian, I am a man, I am a woman. All those labels belong to the physical body and the social persona. The mind stands completely exposed, bankrupt, and silent. And in that gap of profound silence, the question penetrates like a sharp spear straight into the Kundalini center. When the physical hammer of deep breathing and the psychological hammer of who am I hit the sleeping center simultaneously, the Kundalini explodes into action. It breaks out of its ancient slumber. And as it uncoils and begins its upward journey through the central channel of your spine, the Sushumna, extraordinary phenomena begin to happen in your body and mind. If you are walking this path of inner awakening, if you are daring to hammer your own sleeping potential and step out of the mechanical trance of the matrix, consider connecting deeper with our community, engaging with these discourses by liking this video, leaving your authentic thoughts in the comments, or sharing these insights with fellow seekers helps radiate this light across the world. If you feel called to support our ongoing work and help us continue producing these deep spiritual guides, you can join as a channel member by clicking the join button, offer a super thanks, or explore our curated ebooks linked in the description below. Your support is a vital pillar that keeps this sanctuary of truth thriving for all who hunger for liberation. Now, you must understand what happens when the Kundalini begins to rise through your subtle anatomy. As the energy ascends, it must pass through the various energy centers, the chakras that lie along your spine. These chakras are like closed doors or blocked junctions along a highway. Each chakra represents a specific level of consciousness, a specific set of emotional patterns, and a specific layer of memory. As the intense bioelectrical force of Kundalini hits these chakras, it begins to force them open. And as a closed center is forced open, everything that you have repressed in that center throughout your entire life and even throughout past lives comes rushing to the surface. This is why the process of Kundalini awakening is accompanied by a deep, spontaneous catharsis. You must allow this catharsis to happen without the slightest resistance. This is where most seekers become terrified and turn back. They have been taught by society to maintain a polite, respectable, controlled facade at all times. They have been taught never to cry loudly, never to scream, never to laugh wildly, never to shake, never to act without calculated deliberation. They have built a thick armored wall of social manners around their physical and emotional bodies. When the Kundalini rises, it smashes this artificial armor to pieces. It acts like a powerful torrent of water rushing through a narrow, clogged pipe. It washes away all the accumulated dirt, all the repressed emotions, all the unexpressed pain, all the suppressed madness that you have locked away in the basements of your mind. If your Kundalini awakens, your physical body may suddenly begin to shake and tremble uncontrollably. Let it shake. Do not try to control it. If you try to hold your body rigid, you will block the flow of energy and create severe internal tension. Your body may take on strange ancient yogic postures, asanas and mudras that you have never learnt in this life. Let it happen. All the classical postures of yoga were not invented by intellectuals sitting at a desk. They were discovered spontaneously by ancient meditators as their Kundalini energy moved their bodies into natural configurations to facilitate the flow of energy. Your eyes may shed a torrent of tears. You may feel a sudden deep agony welling up from your heart, and you may begin to weep and sob like a small child. Cry. Let those tears flow. They are not ordinary tears. They are an internal bath. They are washing away centuries of accumulated grief, heartbreak, and emotional suppression. Or you may suddenly burst into wild, uncontrollable laughter. Laugh! Let your whole body shake with joyous, absurd hilarity. You are laughing at the sheer ridiculousness of the matrix, at how seriously you took a dream, at how hard you fought against phantom reflections in a mirror. You may feel the urge to scream, to shout, to dance wildly, to roll on the ground. Do not stop yourself. Do not look around to see what others will think. The opinion of the crowd is the very chain that has kept you enslaved in the matrix. Who are these people whose opinions you fear? They are sleeping somnambulists. Will they save you from death? Will they illuminate your consciousness? Will they accompany you into the ultimate void? No. They will merely applaud your respectable sleep and condemn your awakening. Throw their opinions into the fire. Allow your body to go through whatever movement, whatever sound, whatever expression the ascending energy demands. This catharsis is a necessary unburdening. It is like clearing the weeds and stones from a field before planting seeds of divine light. As the energy clears the blockages in the lower centers, the Muladhar, the Swadhishtan, the Manipur, and the Anahat, the path up the spinal column becomes clear. The energy no longer meets resistance. It begins to move smoothly, gracefully, like a luminous stream of liquid fire ascending toward the heavens. As the Kundalini reaches the higher centers, your perception changes radically. When it touches the Vishuddhi chakra in your throat, your speech becomes imbued with a subtle magnetic power. Your words carry weight, clarity, and truth because they no longer come from a calculating intellect. They flow directly from the emerging depth of your soul. When it touches the Agya chakra, the third eye between your eyebrows, your dualistic vision vanishes. You no longer see the world through the narrow, divided lens of the logical mind. You begin to see through the single eye of pure witnessing awareness. And finally, the inner energy reaches the ultimate summit, the Sahasrar, the 1,000-petaled lotus located at the crown of your head. What happens when the ascending Kundalini reaches the Sahasrar? This is the grand culmination of the entire spiritual journey. The Sahasrar is the gateway where the individual energy meets the cosmic energy. It is the boundary where the finite touches the infinite, where the drop meets the ocean. Up to the Sahasrar, you were making efforts. You were breathing deeply. You were asking, "Who am I?" You were allowing catharsis. You were observing the rising energy. But at the Sahasrar, all effort comes to a sudden absolute halt. You cannot make an effort at the Sahasrar because any effort requires an individual doer, and at the Sahasrar, the individual doer is about to be completely dissolved. At the crown of your head, the ascending inner Kundalini energy meets the descending cosmic grace. It is a meeting of two infinitely powerful forces. The individual life force rising from below and the universal divine presence descending from above. And when these two energies touch at the Sahasrar, an indescribable cosmic explosion takes place. This explosion is samadhi. This explosion is enlightenment. This explosion is the final, irreversible bending and shattering of the matrix simulation. In that single moment of explosion, your small, limited, false identity is burned to ashes. The matchstick of your individual ego is consumed in the ultimate fire of divine reality. You do not just experience God, you become God. You do not just see the light, you become the light. You do not just enter the ocean enters you. What remains after this explosion? You can no longer say, "I am." You can no longer say, "This is my body, this is my mind, this is my soul." There is no longer any boundary. You look at the universe and you see only yourself. You look at a flower and you are the blooming. You look at a star and you are the shining. You look at another human being and you see only your own eternal presence looking back at you through a different pair of eyes. The matrix simulation has lost its power forever. You can still live in the physical world. You can still walk on the earth. You can still talk to people. You can still perform daily tasks. But you are no longer trapped inside the dream. You walk through the world like an actor walking across a stage. You know that the costume you wear is just a costume, that the script you speak is just a script, and that the stage on which you stand is just a temporary play of light and shadow. You are anchored firmly, eternally, in the unshakable, deathless reality of your own cosmic being. This is the ultimate promise of Kundalini awakening. It is not a trick for acquiring petty psychic powers. It is not a means for showing off miracles to a sleeping crowd. It is the ultimate science of absolute human liberation. It is the direct path from illusion to truth, from darkness to light, from sleep to awakening, and from death to immortality. Take this science into your life. Do not treat it as a mere theory to be stored in your memory. Begin to experiment with your breath. Begin to hammer your consciousness with the question, who am I? Allow your energy to unburden itself through catharsis, and let your awareness ascend toward the highest peaks of your being. Stand firm in your own inner truth. Fear nothing and claim the divine heritage that has been waiting for you since the beginning of time. And how do you move from understanding into actual transformation? How do you take these profound insights out of the realm of philosophy and make them your daily living reality? Shiva offers us the ancient, timeless science of Vigyan Bhaira Tantra, 112 actionable techniques designed to halt the mind's mechanical churning and instantly alter your perception of space, time, and matter. Tantra is not an intellectual proposition. It does not ask you to believe in any dogmas, any holy books, or any religious doctrines. Tantra is pure methodology. It is an existential laboratory. Philosophy is concerned with the why of existence. Science is concerned with the how. Philosophy goes on debating, proposing theories, and building castles in the air. But it never changes your consciousness. You can understand a philosophy with your intellect while remaining the exact same angry, greedy, terrified person inside. But Tantra asks, how can the mind be transcended? How can the observer step out of the trap of the observed? How can reality be experienced directly without the interference of dead words and borrowed concepts? To experiment in this internal laboratory, you do not need to retreat to a cave in the Himalayas, nor do you need to abandon your family or your daily responsibilities. You can practice these methods in the very midst of your daily life, while walking, while eating, while working, and while preparing for sleep. All that is required is a sharp, quiet, unwavering awareness. Look at your breath. From the moment you are born to the moment you die, your breath is your constant companion. Everything else in your life changes. Your childhood disappears, your youth vanishes, your physical strength fades, your thoughts shift, your emotions fluctuate, your wealth comes and goes, your relationships form and dissolve. Nothing remains the same except one thing: your breath. You are born with an in-breath and you die with an out-breath. Between these 2 points of birth and death, the tide of breathing flows continuously, bridging the gap between your physical body and your formless soul, bridging the gap between your individual existence and the cosmic universe. Yet, how well do you truly know your own breath? You take it for granted because it happens automatically. You do not have to remember to breathe. Nature has made it an automatic, involuntary process so that you do not forget and die. But because it happens automatically, you remain completely unconscious of its inner dynamics. You feel the air touching your nostrils. You feel your chest rising and falling, but you have never observed the subtle, sacred mechanics of the breath itself. In the science of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Shiva reveals the very first technique for bending the simulation through the breath. He says, "Radiant One, this experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in and just before turning out, the beneficence." Listen carefully to this formula. When you inhale, the breath moves inward, down toward your navel. It touches the lowest point of its journey, and then it turns to move outward. Between the incoming breath and the outgoing breath, there is a tiny, infinitesimal gap. It is a moment of absolute stillness. The incoming breath has stopped completely, and the outgoing breath has not yet begun. In that microsecond, there is no movement of air. In that microsecond, you are not breathing at all. The same phenomenon occurs at the other end of the cycle. When you exhale, the breath moves outward, up through your throat, and leaves your body. Before it turns to move inward again, there is another tiny, imperceptible gap. The outgoing breath has finished, and the incoming breath has not yet started. For a fraction of a second, a universal pause occurs. We live our lives completely oblivious to these two gaps. We see the incoming breath and the outgoing breath as a continuous, unbroken line, but they are not a straight, unbroken line. They form a circle, and at the two turning points of this circle, the top and the bottom, there is a gap, an interval, a neutral space where no breath moves. What happens in this gap? Why does Shiva call this tiny pause the beneficence? Because when your breath stops, the mechanical clock of your mind stops with it. Breath and mind are two sides of the exact same coin. If your breath is agitated, your mind is agitated. If your breath is fast and chaotic, your mind is filled with furious thoughts. If your breath is slow, deep, and rhythmic, your mind becomes quiet and calm. And if your breath stops completely, even for 1,000th part of a second, the mind loses its fuel. It freezes. It enters a state of absolute, unblemished silence. In that brief pause between two breaths, you are no longer connected to the physical body, nor are you connected to the mental body. You are in the neutral gear of existence. Think of a motor car moving down a highway. To shift from the first gear to the second gear, or from the second to the third, the car must pass through the neutral gear. For a fraction of a second, the engine is disconnected from the wheels. In that moment, the car is neither in the first gear nor in the second gear. It is in neutral space. Your breath is constantly shifting gears between inhalation and exhalation. And in the turning point between the two, you pass through the neutral gear of your being. In that neutral pause, you are neither body nor mind, neither physical nor mental, neither male nor female. You are pure, unembodied, timeless existence. You touch the energy-less, energy-filled center of your soul. Why does Shiva call it energy-less and energy-filled at the same time? It is energy-less because it does not rely on your physical fuel. It does not depend on the food you eat, the water you drink, or the oxygen you inhale. As far as your personal biological energy is concerned, it is completely vacant. But it is energy filled because it is connected directly to the cosmic reservoir of existence. It is the point where the individual drop touches the infinite ocean. If you can become aware of this gap between two breaths, if you can anchor your consciousness in this universal pause, you do not need any other scripture, any other temple, or any other technique. The simulation dissolves instantly. You step out of time and enter the eternal now. To practice this technique, you do not need to change your breathing. Do not force your breath to stop. Do not hold your breath in your lungs or keep it out by force. If you try to force your breath to stop, you create physical tension, and tension will destroy the very awareness you are trying to cultivate. Let your breath move naturally, effortlessly, spontaneously. All that is required is an unwavering, quiet observation. When the breath moves inward, accompany it. Do not walk ahead of it. Do not lag behind it like a shadow. moves simultaneously with the breath. Let your consciousness become one with the incoming stream of air. Follow it as it travels down through your nostrils, down through your throat, all the way to the navel. As the breath reaches its deepest point, remain completely alert. Watch that precise, motionless moment where the breath comes to a full stop before reversing its direction. In the beginning, you will miss it thousands of times. Your mind will wander into thoughts, into memories, into plans for tomorrow. You will suddenly realize that 10 breaths have passed without your awareness. Do not feel guilty. Do not become frustrated. Frustration is just another trick of the mind to draw your attention away from the present. Whenever you realize that you have lost awareness, simply bring your gentle attention back to the next breath. As your observation becomes more subtle, more refined, and more relaxed, you will begin to feel the gap. You will feel that brief, exquisite pause where the breath is no longer moving. And in that pause, you will experience a sudden, breathtaking stillness. You will feel as though time has come to a complete standstill. There is no past, no future, no thought, no desire, no fear. There is only a radiant, motionless presence. If you are walking this path with us, if you are applying these timeless methods in your daily life, and if you wish to help us bring these transformative teachings to searching souls across the world, consider deepening your connection with our sanctuary, taking a moment to like this video, sharing your reflections in the comments, and subscribing to our channel helps spread these truths far and wide. If you feel inspired to nourish our work, you can support us directly by clicking the join button to become a channel member, offering a super thanks, or exploring our dedicated spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. Every act of support helps keep this light burning bright for all who seek awakening. Shiva offers a second, closely related technique in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. He says, as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize. In the first technique, the emphasis was placed on the silent gap between the two breaths. In this second technique, the emphasis is placed on the curve, the turn itself. Understand the geometry of breathing. Inhalation and exhalation are not two parallel lines moving side by side. Parallel lines never meet. Inhalation is the first half of a circle, and exhalation is the second half. They form a single, continuous, rotating wheel of breath. When the incoming breath reaches its lowest point, it does not stop like a car hitting a brick wall. It curves gracefully, like a wave in the ocean, reaching its crest and rolling back toward the shore. Shiva says, focus your attention on the very curve, the exact moment where the breath turns. Why is this turn so significant? Because at the point of turning, the breath is neither going in nor going out. It is changing its direction. In that moment of turning, the momentum of the incoming breath is lost, and the momentum of the outgoing breath has not yet built up. The breath is in a state of flux, in a state of absolute fluidity. When you focus your attention on the turn of the breath, you catch your mind at its most vulnerable moment. Mind relies on momentum. Mind relies on continuity. When a process changes its direction, there is a microsecond where the old momentum dies before the new momentum takes over. If you are totally awake at that exact point of turn, you slip through the cracks of the mind's mechanism. You step out of the illusion of time and catch a direct glimpse of your own uncreated being. You can practice this turning technique while engaged in your ordinary worldly activities. You do not need to sit in a special posture. You can be cooking in your kitchen. You can be typing at your desk. You can be walking along the street. You can be sitting in a train. Let your outer physical body perform its necessary duties, but keep a thread of your inner attention anchored at the turning points of your breath. When you practice this in the midst of daily activity, a wonderful transformation occurs. Your life becomes a drama, a sacred play. You begin to operate on two distinct levels simultaneously. On the circumference, your body and mind perform their daily roles. You talk, you work, you eat, you interact with people. But on the center, you remain completely rooted in the silent turning of your breath. You become an actor on the stage of life. An actor playing the role of a king on a theater stage knows that he is not truly a king. He wears the crown, he speaks royal words, he commands armies, but deep inside, he knows that when the curtain falls, he will take off the costume and return home as himself. He does not get a heart attack when his kingdom in the play is invaded by an enemy, because he knows it is merely a performance. When you anchor your attention at the turning points of your breath while carrying out your daily tasks, the matrix simulation transforms into a cosmic play, a leela. You no longer take your daily dramas so tragically. You no longer get devastated by failures or puffed up by successes. You perform your duties with love, with grace, and with excellence. But you remain inwardly detached, aloof, and free. You live in the world, but you are no longer of the world. Shiva then introduces a third technique, one that utilizes the power of the third eye center to halt the mind's verbalizing mechanism completely. He says, attention between eyebrows, let mind be before thought. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. This technique brings us to the fifth method described in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, and it is one of the most powerful reality-bending methods ever given to humanity. When the ancient philosopher Pythagoras visited Egypt in search of spiritual wisdom, he applied for admission to a secret esoteric school. The masters of the school refused to admit him until he completed a 40-day fast, combined with specific breathing and attention exercises. Pythagoras was a brilliant mathematician, a man of great intellect, and he protested, saying, I have come for knowledge, not for physical discipline. But the masters replied, we cannot give you knowledge unless you become capable of receiving it. Intellectual information is useless. We deal only with existential transformation. Pythagoras had to undergo that 40-day discipline, and when he emerged, he declared, I am a different man. I died as a philosopher, and I have been reborn as a mystic. My intellect was in my head. Now my center of being has descended into my heart. Now I do not merely think about truth. I feel it, I live it, I am it. The technique that transformed Pythagoras in Egypt was this exact method given by Shiva. Close your eyes and focus both of your inner eyes at the center between your two eyebrows, the Ajna Chakra, the third eye. Why is this center so extraordinary? Because the pineal gland located behind this spot has a unique magnetic pull on human consciousness. If you attempt to focus your attention on your elbow or your knee or your shoulder, your mind will wander within seconds. It is difficult to hold attention on those physical parts. But the third eye center acts like a powerful magnet for awareness. The moment you bring your inner gaze to the spot between your eyebrows, your eyes become naturally fixed. They cannot move easily. The third eye draws your attention inward and absorbs it completely. In the ancient tantric treatises, it is said that attention is the natural food of the third eye. For lives and lives, your third eye has remained dormant, hungry for attention. When you bring your awareness to this center, you are feeding the gland with the light of your own consciousness. It begins to wake up. It begins to radiate energy. And as your attention settles between your eyebrows, two remarkable phenomena occur simultaneously. First, you immediately become the witness of your own thoughts. Up to now, whenever a thought arose in your mind, you became identified with it. If a thought of anger appeared, you became anger. If a thought of fear appeared, you became fear. If a thought of desire appeared, you became desire. There was no gap between you and your thoughts. But the moment your attention is anchored at the third eye, a distance is created. You step back. You stand on the hill of your own witnessing consciousness, and you look down at your thoughts running across the screen of your mind. You see thoughts moving like clouds across a blue sky. You see an angry thought passing by, but you do not get consumed by it. You see a fearful thought passing by, but you remain untouched. You realize for the first time, I am the observer, the watcher, the eternal screen, and these thoughts are merely temporary pictures painted upon me. The moment you cease to identify with a thought, that thought loses its power over you. It cannot manipulate your emotions. It cannot dictate your behavior. It simply passes away into the void from which it emerged. Second, when you are focused at the third eye, you begin to perceive the subtle essence of your breath, the prana. As you inhale, do not merely feel the physical air touching your nostrils. Feel the luminous, invisible life energy entering through the third eye and traveling up to the crown of your head, the Sahasrara. Imagine that this essence of breath, this liquid light of prana, is filling the top of your head completely. Let your head become filled with a radiant golden light. And as the head becomes full, imagine that this light is showering down through your entire body like a cool, luminous waterfall. Let it shower down through your throat, through your heart, through your solar plexus, through your navel, all the way to your toes. Why does Shiva emphasize imagination in this technique? Because when your attention is focused at the third eye, imagination ceases to be a mere mental dream. It becomes an instant reality. On the ordinary physical plane, there is a huge gap between imagination and actualization. You can imagine a palace, but the palace will not appear before you. You have to work for years to build it out of stone and mortar. But at the third eye center, the gap between imagination and reality dissolves completely. Whatsoever you imagine at the third eye center is actualized immediately in your subtle energy bodies. When you imagine this essence of prana showering down from the crown of your head as light, it actually showers a cool, luminous stream of spiritual electricity floods your entire nervous system. Every cell of your body is cleansed, recharged, and revitalized. You undergo a profound internal baptism. You are washed clean of your ancient psychological baggage, and you emerge from the experience completely reborn. Now let us explore the 8th and 9th techniques of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, which bring us to the experience of weightlessness and the absolute stoppage of the mind. Look at the technique of weightlessness. Shiva says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless, beyond mind. What is weight? Weight is not a property of your consciousness. Weight belongs entirely to the physical body and to the gravitational pull of the earth. Consciousness has no weight. It is completely immaterial, dimensionless, and unburdened by gravity. But because you have lived identified with your physical vessel for millions of years, you have accepted the illusion that you are heavy, that you are pulled down by the earth, that you are bound by gravity. To practice this technique, sit or lie down comfortably. It is best to sit on the earth itself or on a simple natural mat with your spine erect and balanced. Close your eyes, relax your muscles completely, and begin to feel that your body is losing its weight. In the beginning, your mind will resist. It will say, how can I become weightless? My body weighs 60 kilograms, 80 kilograms. But do not listen to the logical mind. The logical mind knows only the physical body. Keep your inner focus steady and continue to feel. My body is becoming lighter and lighter. The gravitational pull is releasing its grip. I am becoming as light as a feather, as light as a cloud, as light as a breath of wind. As you deepen this feeling of weightlessness, a moment comes when the identification with the physical body suddenly snaps. You experience a shock of pure awakening. You realize with absolute experiential certainty, I am not this heavy bag of bones and flesh. I am the weightless, boundless, radiant light observing this body. In that moment of weightlessness, you transcend the mind completely. The mind is a physical mechanism. It has weight, it has momentum, it has density. But your witnessing consciousness is weightless. When you experience weightlessness, you step out of the realm of matter and enter the realm of pure spirit. If you wish to deepen your journey and stand alongside us in spreading these reality-bending truths to every corner of the earth, I encourage you to actively participate in our shared vision. Liking this video, sharing your reflections in the comments, and sending this discourse to those who are seeking truth helps us break through the noise of the external world. If you feel called to support our channel directly, consider joining as a member through the join button, offering a super thanks, or exploring our spiritual ebooks in the description below. Your partnership ensures that these timeless teachings remain accessible to all searching hearts. Finally, look at the radical simplicity of the ninth technique given by Shiva. He says, "Lie down as dead, enraged in wrath, stay so, or stare without moving an eyelash, or suck something and become the sucking." Look at the first part of this method. Lie down as dead. What happens when you pretend to be completely dead? Lie flat on your floor. Close your eyes. Tell yourself, "My body is dead. I cannot move a single finger. I cannot move my toes. I cannot open my eyes. Even if a mosquito bites me, even if my skin is itching, I am dead, and a dead body cannot react." When you lie completely motionless, refusing to allow any physical movement whatsoever, a remarkable phenomenon occurs. Ordinarily, every emotion, every thought creates an immediate physical impulse, a motion in the body. That is why emotions are called emotions. They create motion. When you get angry, your fists clench. When you feel afraid, your legs want to run. When you feel sad, your face droops. When you lie completely still as if dead, refusing to let any emotion move your physical body, the link between emotion and physical action is broken. Anger may arise in your mind, but your body remains a motionless corpse. Fear may arise, but your body remains completely still. Sadness may wash over you, but your face remains an unmoving mask. When your body refuses to react to your emotions, those emotions lose their power over you. They cannot drag you into action. They burn out within the mind like fires without fuel. You realize the storm of emotion is happening in the mind, but I am the motionless witness observing the storm. I am alive, but my body is lying as dead. Or consider the second part of the technique. Stare without moving an eyelash. This was the exact method practiced by Meher Baba, one of the most luminous mystics of the modern era. For years, Meher Baba lay on the floor of his room, staring continuously at a single spot on the ceiling without blinking his eyes, without moving an eyelash. When you stare at a single point without moving your eyelashes, your eye muscles become completely fixed. And because the eyes are connected directly to the visual centers of the brain, when the physical eyes freeze into stillness, the mental process freezes with them. Thoughts cannot move if the eyes cannot move. Try it right now. Try to think a furious stream of thoughts while holding your eyes completely still. You will find it impossible. To think your eyes must make subtle, rapid movements behind your eyelids. When the eyes are locked in an unmoving gaze, the thought process halts completely. Meher Baba stared at the ceiling until his mind fell into an absolute, unbroken silence. His thoughts stopped so completely that he remained silent for the rest of his life, communicating only through a simple alphabet board or through hand gestures. His silence was not a forced vow. It was the natural flowering of an internal space where all words had been burned away. A famous mind reader once came to test Meher Baba, confident that he could read his thoughts. But after sitting before Meher Baba for an hour, the mind reader began to perspire in frustration. He opened his eyes and said, "I cannot read this man at all because there is no thought inside him to read. He is an absolute void, an empty sky. Whether you use the gap between two breaths, the turn of the breath, the magnetic focus of the third eye, the feeling of weightlessness, or the unmoving gaze of the dead body, all these ancient tantric techniques given by Shiva are designed to accomplish a single purpose: to disconnect your consciousness from the mechanical simulation of the mind. They are scientific tools to help you step out of the horizontal movement of time and enter the vertical abyss of the eternal now. They are methods to awaken you from the hypnotic dream of matter and reveal the unblemished, luminous reality of your own cosmic spirit. Practice these methods. Do not merely ponder them. Do not merely debate them. Experiment with them in the quiet sanctuary of your own life. Find the technique that resonates with your heart, that clicks with your inner being, and dive into it with all your energy, all your devotion, and all your courage. Bending the matrix is not a distant dream. It is your immediate possibility, waiting for you in the quiet space between your very next breath. And when all these techniques have done their work, when you have experimented with the breath, with the third eye, with weightlessness, and with the silent gap between your thoughts, you arrive at the ultimate, most fundamental realization of all. You realize that the entire structure of human misery, the entire illusion of the matrix simulation, is built upon a single subtle mistake: the illusion of becoming. Look at your life. Look at the lives of those around you. Why is everyone so tense? Why is everyone carrying a heavy, invisible weight upon their shoulders? Why is peace so rare and anxiety so universal? The original source of all tension is becoming. You are never at ease with yourself as you are in this moment. Your being is denied, your reality is rejected, and some hypothetical, non-existential ideal is taken as a goal to become. The basic tension is always between that which you are right now and that which you long to become in the future. You desire to become rich, you desire to become famous, you desire to become powerful, you desire to become beautiful, or you desire to become enlightened, liberated, divine, and immortal. It makes no difference whatsoever what the object of your desire is. Whether you long for worldly wealth or whether you long for spiritual salvation, the psychological mechanism remains the same. Anything that is desired as a goal to be fulfilled in the future, in opposition to who you are right now, creates tension. Tension is simply the gap between what you are and what you want to be. If the gap is great, the tension is great. If the gap is small, the tension is small. And if there is no gap at all, if you are completely satisfied with what you are in this very moment, tension vanishes entirely. You are at ease with yourself. You are in the Tao. You are in Tathata, the state of absolute suchness, total acceptance. Existence itself is completely non-tense. Look at the trees around you. They are not tense. Look at the ocean waves. They are not tense. Look at the stars in the night sky. They are not tense. Why? Because they have no concept of becoming. A rose bush does not spend its life in anxiety trying to become a lotus. An oak tree does not feel inferior because it is not a pine tree. Everything in nature accepts its being unconditionally. A rose bush is simply a rose bush, fulfilling its nature in complete innocence and beauty. Only man suffers from this sickness of becoming, because only man possesses the capacity to imagine. Imagination is a double-edged sword. If your imagination is focused on the future, it creates non-existential goals, ideals, and desires. You begin to imagine yourself as something other than what you are. And because there is no corresponding reality in the present for your imagination, a deep, painful gap opens within your soul. The more imaginative a person is, the more tension they are capable of creating for themselves. Imagination, when turned toward the future, becomes a destructive, toxic force. But imagination can also become creative and constructive. If your entire capacity to imagine is focused in the present, in this very moment, not in the future, then you begin to see your existence as pure poetry. Your imagination is no longer creating a longing for tomorrow. It is being used in living today. This living in the present is completely beyond tension. Animals are not tense because they do not have the capacity to imagine the future. They are below tension. Their tension is merely a potentiality that has not yet become actualized. But man has evolved the capacity to imagine, and the first thing his imagination becomes active about is the future. You create images of how you should be, how your life should look, how the world should treat you, and because there are no corresponding realities in the present moment, you go on creating more and more images, getting deeper and deeper into frustration. How can you be imaginative in the present? You must understand this point deeply. If you can be consciously present in the present, you stop living in your projected imagination. Then your imagination is liberated to create within the present itself. The creation may take any form. If you are a poet, it becomes an explosion of poetry. The poetry will not be a longing for tomorrow. It will be an expression of the living present. If you are a painter, it will be an explosion of painting, not of something as you have imagined it, but as you have known it and lived it in this very moment. When you are not living in the future, the present moment is given to you in its absolute totality. You can express it, or you can go into deep, luminous silence. And that silence is not a dead, artificial silence that you have practiced or forced upon yourself. That silence is a positive, living expression of the present moment. The moment is so deep, so rich, so overflowing that no poetry is adequate, no painting is adequate, no words are sufficient to express it. Silence becomes the only possible expression. This silence is a positive flowering within your soul. Something has flowered within your heart, the flower of silence. And through this silence, all that you are living is expressed. When this happens, your experiencing and your experience are no longer two different things. they become one and the same. There is no painter. The experiencing itself has become the painting. There is no poet. The experiencing itself has expressed itself as poetry. You are no longer a creator. You are creativity itself. You are a living energy of existence. This flowering of the present moment has 7 distinct layers, just as tension has 7 layers. It exists in every one of your 7 bodies. If it happens on the physical level, you become beautiful in quite a new sense. This beauty is not a beauty of physical form, but a beauty of the formless shining through the form. It is the invisible light of your soul radiating through your physical eyes, your physical skin, your physical gestures. If you can feel this non-tense, relaxed moment in your physical body, you will know a positive state of well-being that you have never known before. Ordinarily, we know only a negative state of well-being. Medical science defines health as the absence of disease. If you do not have a fever, if your organs are not aching, if you do not have an infection, the doctor says you are healthy. But this is merely a negative definition. It simply means that illness is not present. Health has a positive dimension also. Positive health is not just the absence of illness. It is the vibrant, joyous presence of life force flowing through every fiber of your body. Your body can know this positive, non-tense health only when you live a moment-to-moment existence. If you are eating your food and the present moment has become eternity for you, then there is no past and no future. The very process of eating is all that exists. You are not doing the eating, you have become the eating itself. In that moment, there is no tension, and your physical body feels deeply fulfilled. If you are running along the seashore, and the running has become the totality of your existence, if you are one with the wind brushing against your face, one with the sand beneath your feet, one with the rhythm of your heart. If there is no goal to your running, if the running itself is the goal, then you know a positive well-being in your physical body. You have experienced a moment of non-tense living on the physiological plane. The same phenomenon occurs in the second body, the etheric body. The etheric body has its own needs, its own hungers. Love is the essential food of the etheric body, just as food is the essential nourishment of the physical body. We all go on dreaming about love, but we are rarely in a state of love. We dream about how love should be, with whom it should be, how romantic it will be in the future, or we weep over past romantic heartbreaks. But we are never loving in the present moment. If you can love in the present moment, a completely non-tense situation is created in your etheric body. But you cannot love in the present moment if you carry demands, expectations, and conditions into your love. Demands, expectations, and conditions belong entirely to the future. The present moment is beyond your specifications. It is as it is. You can have expectations about the future, about how your partner should behave, about how they should treat you, about what they should say. Love has become a set of rigid shoulds in your mind. You can be loving in the present only when your love is unconditional, when it is not a demand, when it is not an expectation. Furthermore, if you love only one specific person and feel indifferent or hostile to everyone else, you can never be truly loving in the present. If your love is a relationship rather than a state of your being, you cannot love in the present, because that too is a subtle condition. If I say, I can be loving only when I am with you, then when you are not present, I will not be loving. For 23 hours of the day, I will exist in a state of non-loving, and for only 1 hour when I am in your presence, will I be loving. This is an impossibility. You cannot be in a state of love for 1 hour and in a state of non-love for 23 hours, just as you cannot be healthy for 1 hour and sick for 23 hours. Health is not a relationship. Health is a state of your being. Love is not a relationship between two persons. Love is a state of your inner consciousness. If you are loving to everyone and everything, not only to people, but to trees, to birds, to the sky, to the rocks, to the silence of your room. Even when you are sitting completely alone, with no one around you, you remain loving. Love radiates from you like fragrance from a flower. A rose blooming in a solitary forest does not wait for a passer-by before releasing its fragrance. It does not say, I will emit my sweetness only if a king passes by, and I will withhold my fragrance if a beggar passes by. The rose simply blooms, and its sweetness fills the surrounding air, regardless of who passes by or whether anyone passes by at all. Love is the natural breath of the etheric body. When love becomes a state of your being, your second body becomes completely relaxed, non-tense, and at ease. Nightmares vanish from your sleep. Your dreams become poetic and serene, and the subtle fragrance of your loving presence pervades your surroundings, bringing peace to everyone who comes near you. As you walk this living path of meditation, as you allow these profound truths to transform your daily existence, you become an active participant in a great cosmic awakening. If you feel called to share this living light with searching souls across the world, consider connecting deeper with our channel, liking this video, leaving your sincere reflections in the comments, and sharing these discourses with those who are ready to hear helps break through the noise of the matrix simulation. If you feel inspired to nourish our ongoing work and help us continue generating these comprehensive spiritual guides, you can support us directly by clicking the join button to become a channel member, sending a super thanks, or exploring our dedicated spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. Every act of generosity helps keep this sanctuary of truth burning bright for seekers everywhere. Look at the third body, the astral body. The tension in the astral body is created by the accumulation of desires from thousands of previous lives. Your total desire, your unfulfilled longings from countless incarnations are stored in the astral body. Desiring itself is the tension. You are never without a desire for something or other. There are even people who desire desirelessness. They say, I want to reach a state where I have no desires. This is a total absurdity. In the third body, you can desire to be desireless. And the desire to be desireless becomes the strongest, most subtle desire of all. It creates the widest gap between what is and what you want to be. To bring non-tension to the third body, you must accept your desires exactly as they are. Know that you have had infinite desires throughout thousands of lives. Accept that your astral body is currently a crowd of longings, and be completely at ease with this fact. Do not fight with your desires. Do not create a new desire against your desires. Just observe them. Accept the crowd of desires within you without judgment, without condemnation. When this acceptance becomes total, in a single moment of complete non-resistance, the entire crowd of desires evaporates. Desires can exist only against a background of future-oriented craving. The moment you accept what is in the present, desiring loses its foundation and the astral body comes to a state of profound, positive well-being. The fourth body, the mental body, is filled with thoughts, contradictory thoughts, a chaotic crowd of opinions, concepts, and philosophies, each thought asserting itself as the ultimate truth. The tension in the mental body is created by confusion, by identifying with your thoughts, by taking your mental chatter to be your reality. Being without thoughts, not asleep, not unconscious, but existing in a state of thoughtless, watchful consciousness is the health and well-being of the fourth body. How can one become conscious and thoughtless? By becoming choicelessly aware of your total thought process. Do not choose one thought against another. Do not say, this thought is good, I will keep it. That thought is bad, I will suppress it. Do not identify yourself as a communist, a capitalist, a Hindu, a Christian, an atheist, or a theist. All these ideologies are mere fads of the mind. Be choicelessly aware of the entire mental stream. The very moment you become aware of your total mind without choosing, a non-identity occurs. You realize for the first time, I am the awareness observing the mind. I am not the mind itself. Mind becomes an object to you, just like the furniture in your room or the trees outside your window. Non-identification with the mechanism of the mind is the absolute non-tension of the fourth body. The fifth body is the spiritual body. On the fifth plane, the tension is between self-knowledge and self-ignorance. All your life, you may achieve wealth, power, fame, and knowledge, but a deep, subtle sense of self-ignorance continues to haunt you. You know that you do not know yourself. To resolve the tension of the fifth body, you must move from borrowed knowledge to direct existential knowing. Books, scriptures, and doctrines can give you information about the soul, but they can never give you the living experience of the soul. Knowing is always yours. It cannot be transferred from one person to another. When you search within yourself on the fifth plane, when you sit in deep, silent meditation, you encounter your three fundamental dimensions: Sat, Chit, Anand existence, consciousness, and bliss. You know that you are. You know that you are conscious, and you know that you are blissful. When this self-knowing flowers within you, the tension of the fifth body dissolves completely into divine self-realization. The sixth body is the cosmic body, the Brahma Sharir. On the sixth plane, the tension is between your individual selfhood and the boundless oceanic cosmos. Even on the fifth plane, you felt yourself to be an individual, immortal soul apart from other souls. But on the sixth plane, to achieve complete oneness with the cosmic whole, you must lose your individual selfhood. You must realize that you are not an isolated island. You are the vast, infinite ocean itself. You are linked with every star, every tree, every creature, every atom in the universe. When you let go of your individual boundary and merge into the whole, you realize Aham Brahmasmi, I am the cosmic reality. The drop has dissolved into the ocean, and the ocean has entered the drop. The seventh body is the nirvanic body, the bodiless body of absolute non-being. On the seventh plane, the tension is between existence and non-existence, between being and non-being. On the sixth plane, you lost your individuality, but cosmic existence still remained. On the seventh plane, you step beyond existence itself. You drop into the original, unmanifest source from which all creation emerges and into which all creation returns. You experience nirvana, the absolute extinction of the flame, the complete dissolution of all forms, all symbols, all boundaries, and all concepts. You know the ultimate wholeness of Shunya, the sacred void that is simultaneously nothingness and everythingness. This ultimate awakening cannot be achieved through the tension of becoming. It can only be realized through the effortless stillness of being. Stop trying to become something else. Stop trying to mold yourself according to artificial, borrowed ideals. Accept who you are in this very moment with complete, unconditional love and awareness. Accept your body. Accept your mind. Accept your emotions. Accept your light. And accept your shadow. When your acceptance of what I is becomes total, the horizontal movement of time comes to an absolute halt. You step out of the illusion of the future. You break through the hypnotic walls of the matrix simulation. You realize that you have always been free, always been divine, always been whole. The dream has ended. The illusion of separation has vanished, and you stand radiant, unblemished, and eternal in the quiet, sacred presence of the now. To all my beloved friends who have walked this grand, deep journey of 8 parts with me, I offer my deepest love and blessings. May you carry these insights into your daily life. May you practice these methods with patience, dedication, and joy. May you turn your breathing into a bridge to the divine, your daily actions into a sacred play, and your inner space into a temple of pure, witnessing awareness. Wake up from the sleep of mechanical habits. Step out of the hall of mirrors and claim the infinite, glorious reality that is your true home. Thank you for your presence, your love, and your devotion on this path. If these discourses have touched your soul, remember to like this video, leave your heartfelt reflections in the comments below. Share this full script with fellow travelers and subscribe to our channel to remain connected with our spiritual family. For those who wish to support our mission further, you can join as a channel member via the join button, send a super thanks, or dive into our spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. I bow down to the divine luminous soul residing within each and every one of you. Please accept my deepest love and salutations.